Yes, sir. What's going on, Realm? The Lord's Day. We back. I see some people in there. Gerald Mack, fresh and early. Lord of the Realm. I seen the video. Always love, brothers. Salute to you. Happy Mother's Day. You know what I mean? To the matriarchs and everything. Shout out to Lord Mahmoud, LordsOfGaming.net's finest editor-in-chief. Wayheck is in the building. Salute. Stern Ritter, Novad, no doubt. Salute to him, man. What's going on? Necromancy, what's going on? Phantom Knife, what's going on? How my levels? My levels are good. Turn my mic up, my levels. You know what I'm saying? Atomic Sands, what's going on? Chaos Mike, what's going on? Senpai, Kaiju, what's going on? Cliff Watkins, do something for your baby mama. That's what this day mean to you. Do something for your baby mama. I like how he broke it down. Salute everybody in the realm, Attic in the realm. Talk to him right quick. Mic check.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on? Attic going through a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Solve we don't know yet. Probably no solve. Again, I know the super chats. I know. But we will try to do our best. We got Mav in the building pulling up. FunSpeculation's own. It's going to be a fun show. Again, appreciate y'all. We know this is Mother's Day. So we know people out there with the moms. You know what I'm saying? He said, Ashra said, Happy Men's Day, the OG mothers. Yo, y'all crazy. I'm not even saying that hashtag. You wow. Commander Rodimus Prime in the building. You know what I'm saying? Ashrin, Curious, no doubt. Shout out to Facebook, Daniel McGee. What's up, Iron Laws? I see you on Facebook. You already know. Yeah, it's another beautiful day. So look, we will get Mr. Mav, the Mav. Fun speculation in the realm. King will be pulling up. No sub, but we might have somebody pull up later, so we'll see what's going on. And a fun show. So, what's up? Nah, I'm Omar. What's up? What's going on? Happy Mother's Day to everybody. So, yeah, we will speak to y'all in a minute. We go get Mav. Talk to y'all.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope. dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again.
And we are live. Iron Lord Podcast. LordCognito here talking about the latest with Advanced GG. There's a lot of things going on with the new product line. Let's get right to it. So we got that focus line, y'all. This is that standard. This is what we use right now. Kind of our caffeine substitute. And what we usually do right now when we're gaming, we don't use coffee anymore. We're utilizing this focus. On deck number 2, you already know this is my favorite right here, the energy line. You already know, birthday cake, one of my absolute favorites. Completely delicious. This is a pre-workout equivalent. And also doesn't use beta alanine, so you don't get the jitters and stuff like that. So it's really good for that. And then the new, we got that hydration line, y'all. This is really good for people who don't like caffeine, who want an electrolyte substitute, and it is really sugar-free, absolutely delicious. So you got your 3 choices. Once again, you know Cog Lover is sour. You already know, and we're doing this right now. So go get yourself to advancedgg.com. Use code IronLord on the checkout. This is something I use all the time. We got to support Advanced GG. Great products if you want to get your workout on. Even if you don't work out, you're just gaming, you need that focus. And again, the hydration line for those who don't want caffeine, no sugar, electrolytes, you're good to go. LordCognito here, Iron Lord Podcast. Peace.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, mic check. Make sure the levels is good. Yeah, I see levels. Hear ye. Yeah, we good. Hear ye. And we are live. Happy Matriarch's Day. And salute to all the great mothers in the realm. And also, welcome to the ILP Podcast, LLC. And also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 256. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm very excited about our special guest, and we've got EmbracerGroup acquiring Square Studios, SummerGamesFest 2022, and Furi DLC to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who is not only a true student of our games industry, but whose unique combination of informative podcasting, dedicated live streaming, and passion for pop culture easily makes his platform a fun watch from the AM to the PM. Introducing the creator of the FunSpeculation YouTube channel, host of the XboxUltimate, Fun Pop, FSP, and PM to the PM podcast. The Lord of Games, Movies, and Comics, whose recent born day was properly celebrated with Halo streams and El Phoenix Mexicano. Live from the Dallas area and making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Mav, a.k.a. FunSpeculation. How we doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. That was fantastic. You know, I gave Pong a little crap the other day because he was doing some of our guests on PM and the PM, like COG-style intros, and then he goes and introduces me because he's the host of PM and the PM, and he's just like, and here's Mav. You know what I mean?
Say that to me.
So,
they say that to me. They do that to me.
Yeah. And so I had to get on here so I could get it proper. You know what I mean? I love it.
Can we get that trademark COG style intros?
You got the trademark?
It's definitely like, you know, there's an art to it, I believe. You know, you put in your work, you actually do something ahead of time before just letting it come off the top of your head, man. It's great.
I appreciate it.
It's great to be here. I've been checking out y'all's show ever since I kind of started content creation on my side, right? And always something to like, okay, these guys are doing it right. You know, these guys are setting an example, an inspiration. You know, so it's kind of surreal being here now after seeing you guys and being like, wow, like because you guys keep it fun. You know, we're all gamers, right? Facts. And we all love to talk about this stuff. We have a passion for it, but you don't lose the sight of its video games.
Yes.
Right. And it's all about having fun and having great discussions with friends, right? So that's what it's all about. And I'm excited to be here and have a great show, man.
Oh, that's love, brother. Thank you, man. It means a lot. And like I said, for us, it's one of those things that it's kind of sobering sometimes, King. I don't know how you feel about it, but like when you hear someone says, yo, when I first started, I was listening to you guys. And it puts in perspective that we've been doing it for a little bit now. Because I still sometimes feel new.
It feels new. So
yeah.
It doesn't feel like I've been doing anything.
I don't. I feel old.
Oh, my God.
At it. Guess who's twinning? Oh, yeah. Look at us.
Hold on. Let me go change
y'all doing the red. Oh, y'all the Red Brothers? Oh, okay. Y'all woke up this. Y'all double bit twins today.
Who's your OG?
Anyway.
First off, we ain't twinning because you don't got the beanie on. So keep that in mind.
You got to have the beanie to make it official.
Cry hat, man. Stop messing
That
with
don't matter.
me.
Does that look like an ILP beanie? No, it don't.
I got the IOP. There you go.
There you
It's
go. There you
baseball
go. There you go.
season.
Now y'all
Bada bing.
simpatico.
Bada bing. You ain't out here with the bada bing. Bing bong. Baseball season.
I'm done with you. Anyway, that's very, very Dominican. Moving on. Well, I was gonna say shout out to Mav. First of all, what you been playing, sir? What's been going on with you?
This and that. I played Trek to Yomi yesterday, and it was kicking my butt. For real. Like, I made the mistake of starting it on hard mode because the descriptions that they had was like, okay, you know, this is like just a story, and then the normal's like, you know, for gamers that just want to kind of get through it, and then the hard mode is like, you know, for gamers who like a challenge, you know, you used to see this all the time. I'm like, okay, that's the one I'm gonna go with. They were not kidding, dude, on the challenge aspect, because I've probably died like 50 times already.
Elden Ring got him gas.
Addict, talk to him.
The Souls type
No need
games,
to talk
like,
to him.
I don't
He
really
played
like.
himself.
I can't really get into the Souls games too much. Like Elden Ring is like my favorite one probably so far.
Yeah, me too.
But man, some about that game, I think because of like the aesthetic of it and the style of it, it keeps me like wanting to go.
Still back to it.
Right?
Yeah, that's the one.
I keep going. You know.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's a good game. Other than that, just Halo as
seen you.
always.
I seen you.
Playing the 2 new maps.
Why you roll your eye? Wait, hold on. Don't you roll? That's new content, sir.
Technically, Mav, it's one new map. Unless you play both modes, it's one new map.
Well, all my challenges are in Last Man Standing, so it's like I gotta keep doing that.
Are you implying that you are not happy
Oh, so you
to
mean
do all your
the
challenges?
one mode they gave was just one map?
They gave him a bunch of macaroni and cheese he didn't want.
Nah,
No, they gave him macaroni. They didn't give him cheese. They gave him macaroni.
I've been a defender of Halo Infinite.
Let's
like,
talk about it.
For a lot, you know. But when they announced the 6-month season, I kind of lost it a little bit as far as like the defense. You know, I ultimately it's going to be a great game. I mean, it is a great game at its core. It's just lacking that pipeline of content. Season 3, I guess, is where it's going to be really find its footing.
It's going to really kick up then.
It's going to be a long. It's going to be a long 6 months. It's going to be a long 6 months.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem.
Launch then.
I think that's the biggest problem. It's the 6 months. Like that's a
it's
long
Halo
time.
Infinite, man. They don't got no timeline. It's infinite.
Yeah. I think maybe they're just trying to be in line with a real launch around the same time as the PS5 with the real launch. You know what I mean? Like just to kind of compete back and forth. You know, PlayStation finally get their stuff together on their console side and become available, and then Halo gets their stuff together, right? So
I think the game, got delayed 6 months when it was really supposed to come out. So.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. It's just shout out to Slomo. You have to wait.
I mean, at the end of the day, like there's a lot of stuff going behind that. I personally feel like the studio just got so far behind in just production in general, and we're seeing that, and not to mention COVID. We're seeing all of those variables come up at the same time. And that's, like, look, like, I would pop in there, Kitsbu hit me up and ask you want to play Halo. I'd have no problem jumping in there. Right. But it's just like, besides, Halo's gameplay is still fantastic. But you got to give me something to do with the gameplay.
Yeah, that was literally the same thing. I was like, man, like when I jumped in there, I'm like, all right, this is cool. But I'm like, damn, 6 months of just this. And I know they're going to do the pod drops, and I know. But I'm with you, man. But it's like, damn, we do need some more content.
They need to do what Destiny does with the roadmap. Like, the in-detail roadmap. Like, because I feel like that's the biggest thing. Like, it's been like 6 months since launch, hasn't it?
Yo, these dudes be comparing a 10-year-old game.
but
50 years to a game that just
one
came
thing.
out.
No,
they
we're
just
not.
started this up.
Like, King, we're not even comparing the game. We're comparing how they show your roadmaps. Like,
okay, they ain't showing you nothing for 6 months.
Yeah. They showed me 2 maps. That's all. Like,
have your phone with the maps and move
imagine. No. Let's be real here. Let's be real here.
What's up?
If Destiny popped up a roadmap that had 2 things, 1 map, 2 map, you would be upset.
Oh yeah, for sure. But maybe that's why there's no roadmap.
I don't know. Destiny,
maybe because
at this point,
maybe that's why, because the visual would not be aesthetically appealing to
at
the
this
audience.
point,
Macaroni and
I
cheese,
think
no
Destiny would be okay with 2 new PvP maps.
Oh no,
Yeah.
definitely for sure.
Remember back in the day, we had the same issue with Destiny 1
Yes,
when it came
absolutely,
out, right?
absolutely.
So, it's like all these games like kind of go through this. Now Halo's going through a little bit worse than some of them, but especially with how big a budget it is.
I got too many games to be carrying.
It is, that's the thing. It's like with
Mhm.
with the Xbox though, it's gonna become less and less necessary, like to where we're having to focus on Halo, right?
Yep.
Because there's gonna be so much stuff coming.
Mhm.
So the next 6 months are gonna be fine regardless. It's not like we're gonna be like, oh man, there's nothing to play.
No doubt.
Here's the thing: the game's not going nowhere. Maybe
Infinite.
that's 6 months they'll be able to, really fine tune the game to where it should be.
Yeah.
That's the same kind of energy I give Destiny. I'm not trying to play Destiny full time. I'm not trying to play Halo full time.
Right.
Give me something to come in there and do, and then leave. Like
Right.
I want in the front door. Play the game. I want to go out the back door, like almost in the same motion.
Right.
Like,
They just risk not losing the zeitgeist that they have.
You know where I'm at with it.
Where you
It's
at?
crazy, right?
Where you
I'm
at
so at this with it. This.
You've been playing
if you
Elden
not
Ring.
coming
You
right,
even have
I
an
see you
opinion.
later. Like,
See you later.
if
Anyway,
it's
the
you
realm is
doing
saying
right-
time on this. They like time. Get over.
Yeah, they like, why are we doing a Halo expose?
Well, that's cute. They can time. They don't get a time us. We
Oh
time
damn!
them.
Oh, damn!
Hey, he gonna fight back on Halo. He gonna
Oh,
fight back.
yeah, he fight back. That's what that is. Anyway.
No, I got nothing. I got nothing against the game. It's just we can all agree that as far as content, it does need to get better.
Yeah,
Like,
no doubt. Get the super chats queued up. I'll start the intros, and of course, we know we got we don't got the 4 horsemen. Shout out to Lord Saab. Did see him last night. We was at the Doctor Strange joint with Lord Saab and Lord Kaibatsu and Lord Marlonius. Got to watch that, but yeah, he is still in moving season, man. He's in a holding pattern. Send some love to Saab. He's not.
Box man, send love to Box man.
Say love to box man. He's in transition with the moving through, so it's still a stressful situation. So he will be back once that is resolved. But we still got my co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
doing pretty good. I did something I haven't done in a long time. Well, actually, it wasn't that long ago. It was about 2 years ago. I replayed Final Fantasy VII on Xbox. I beat it on Switch. I even beat it on the Vita.
Wow.
I beat it on PS1, PS3, PS2. But see, I didn't beat it on the Xbox. I just bought it. You know what I'm saying? And then I went on with my life. But I'm sitting there. I'm like, you know what? Let's go ahead and let's play this game. So. That's what I did. I went back and I started playing the game again. And one thing I could say is, like, regardless how you feel about what they've done in the past, it's still such a fun game. I'm still enjoying it. It's just one of those things where it's like they were so far ahead of their time when this first happened. That it's fun to just go back and play it. You know, I got like. They asked me to do like crazy stuff, like get Eris's limit break, like her final limit break. And for those of you, spoiler for like a 15-year-old game, she dies. So you have to do it before she gets capped.
Yes.
So,
that's absolutely.
And then
Did
by
you
the
cry
time,
when that happened again?
Did it hit the fields again?
Did it hit like it did back in the 90s?
Exactly.
not really. But it was a pretty good example.
No doubt.
I am playing another game. On the 10th, there'll be a review up on the channel that you're currently watching.
Yeah.
It is in Game Pass. That's all I'm willing to tell you guys.
Okay,
So definitely look out for that when it shows up.
No doubt. You already know. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer.
Ooh,
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the Fraud Alert movement. Beloved. Lord King, how we doing, sir? Late on your ooh.
Yeah, it was kind of late, like Canelo.
Very late. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like Canelo, Canelo.
Yeah. What happened?
That's when cherry picking going wrong. So I didn't have no cherries today, so I have some strawberries. You know, me and Canelo doing the same thing. I pick my opponents, and I hope they can't fight back. You never know. This thing might choke me, like Canelo choked last night.
So you picked the wrong one? Big Boy was too much? You thought it was sweet?
Boy, I told dudes, Bibble had a style, and he did certain things that I didn't like. But I said if he can keep his jab pumping up all night, I can see a 12 rounds split decision, to be honest with you. Yeah. And he definitely got that straight decision. He beat the brakes off Canelo yesterday. And Canelo should have fought Benavidez or fought DiCarlo. He had a deal on the table for $115 million to fight Errol Spence and Charlo in 2 fights. He chose to fight Bivol and Gennady Golovkin. And again, easiest road is not always the easiest road, brother. If you want to dare to be great, you're gonna have to, face that fate. You can't run from these men. So now you made a built-in excuse because he's a bigger man. Right. That's why I lost today. He was just too heavy for me. Because if you would have lost to Charlo or you would have lost to Benavidez, you lost to a man that was your weight and just had better skills. So stop making up these excuses. You're not a diva. You're a fighter. Get out there and do your thing. But we had some passings lately, and these passings affect everyone. They affect the people that love them. They affect the people that they touched along their path and their journey on this earth. And I just want to, take at least a 10 count for these 2 individuals that passed. That's DJ K. Slay and Kevin Samuels. Yes. Untimely deaths in both accounts, and my heart goes out to their families. Let's just get a 10 count on them, please.
No doubt.
All right, thank you. But yeah, those people touch people going through. K. Slay personally touched me when we was doing music and stuff like that. So he's a huge part in hip hop culture, and it's so sad that he passed.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you said that.
Trek Yomi.
Yes. What's going on with the gaming?
I played it yesterday. I wasn't crazy like Matt. Because I like to get in and get out. Yeah. So I put my joint on normal, and I went through. I made it pretty far. It felt like
what it feel like
going on Swordsman. It felt like those old
samurai
Japanese samurai films that you will catch at night. It's a really good game. Yeah, it does have a couple of issues, and I wish it would have been a lock 30 or a lock 60. You see some dips there, but this made by 2 people. We saw this when we did at PAX. We did the interviews at PAX. We have the interview up. And we have the gameplay, so go check that out at lordsgaming.net.
Yes,
we
sir.
broke that information out to people way before.
Sir.
But it's inside Game Pass, day and date, and Ghost of Tsushima, take that.
Oh, stop! We're not doing that. We're not doing it.
I'm doing it.
We're not doing that.
I'm doing it, though.
We're not doing it.
I'm out here. This is me. I'm out here.
He said, "This is me." We can't.
I'm not
the ghost will have none of this.
Yeah, outside.
You stupid.
But Elden Ring, been playing Elden Ring. Bug Snacks.
Oh, your appreciation has risen?
I appreciate the fact that no money down. What's up?
My daughter loves that game, man. Like, seriously though, it's
crazy, right? Who would have known, right?
I know. I never would have bought it, never. And but I got her to try it, and she absolutely loves it.
And that's like magic.
It's crazy though, because she doesn't usually play like single player games. She only plays like Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite with her friends and stuff. Yeah. So this was like,
keep that single player crap away from me.
This was the first one that she actually that grabbed her, and she just sat there and couldn't stop playing. So it's something. Hey, shout out to Bug Snacks.
She tried greatness. It was greatness. And we getting all that greatness. I'm about to go play some baseball too, man. Day 1, so we outside.
You're ridiculous. You are ridiculous. Anyway, Adam, you got some super chats queued up for me, sir?
We can.
Yeah, let's get some joints
going.
Am I
muted?
No, now you good. You good now. No, you good now.
Okay. So we got a $2 super chat from Gamer by Choice. Cog's new name is Cog Diesel, pushing that power. That's
Yo, 20%, y'all 20%. Get that straw banner right now. You know what I'm saying? We got that 20% off Mother Day special. You know what I'm saying? AdvanceGG.com. Put in code ILord on the checkout. Go get that right. And then we got the new joint. You know what? You don't like the caffeine? We got the hydration.
Get your mom's focus.
You know, get focused. We got the hydration for you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I definitely.
Yeah, this the game. It's the electrolytes, no sugar. You know what I'm saying? Right now, man, 20% off. I code ILord. Hit the link at the top. It's pinned up. Powder.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
We got a 1 year member chat from the man who got them horns.
All right.
It looks like he's been a member for 23 months.
Oh,
Shout
salute.
out to Key and an interesting fight night. Cog still moving. Wait, I see.
Yeah.
Hashtag good powder. Hashtag my uncle 20 years for moving powder.
Salute. Yes.
Oh, my uncle got
Bless his
20
brother.
years for moving.
Hey, that's his
Yeah,
business.
yeah,
We're
yeah,
not.
So,
And then
Stay strong.
put the crest in that chat, man, for Wandering Dutch becoming Lord
Oh.
Gold.
Wandering
Upgrades
Dutch.
from
Salute to
Lord
the
Gold.
Dutch. Salute to the Dutch. That's the homie.
Then we got a $5 shipment from 108 Dragon. Salute, my brother. Hey, King. How I'm not sure.
Canelo.
Canelo.
Mhm.
Filling the morning. Laugh a lot. The head banging old school rap. $5
go-
super chat from Don
go
Otaku.
ahead and look crazy.
We're not even really waiting 6 months because Furi beta drops in September, which is really the most important feature that will eliminate droughts.
Mhm.
I don't really consider a beta being part of it because, in my experience, betas don't normally function correctly at first either.
Mhm.
But who knows? We'll see. We got a $5 super chat from Italian Clouds. All hell King. No timeout on King today, babe. We need King
We need that sermon.
Thurman.
Mm-hmm.
And then we
Bless
got
him, bless
a
him.
$20 super chat from Face.
Shout out the face. Always messy.
Xbox Live down the whole weekend. xCloud is the future. We're gonna have to talk about that.
You said
We're-
Xbox was live was down the whole
Yeah,
weekend.
kid.
It was
down.
down the whole weekend.
Where you live? My joint was popping.
Oh, it's one of those situations. You was good, so it don't matter.
But we're really gonna have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know
I
what
mean,
you're
Keen don't have
talking
to
about.
talk about that. He capping, but he don't have to talk.
No, actually, I don't. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know what we talking about now?
No, I seen. Okay, so
Mhm.
the only game that I was playing that was multiplayer game was Elden Ring, right? And
Mhm.
I seen the little blood stains on the floor. I said I could summon people. So
Mhm.
obviously Xbox wasn't down to me. I saw my friends list. I was talking to people. So obviously Xbox was. It
Sir.
did not affect me. So I really can't talk about a situation that didn't affect me. It kind of missed me though.
Got a $2 super chat from Don Otaku. Addict ready for Addict to butcher some.
Wow.
We got
Wow,
a
that's
$5
messy.
super chat from Elion.
Mm-hmm.
The sun sets upon the darkness. Peace, the lords of the realm. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers.
Oh,
in the
Agalon,
light.
7 of them. Yeah.
Agalon.
Salute.
And then we got $5 super chat from Forza Legends. Thank you, Marvel, for showing Scarlet Witch's true power in this movie. Good morning,
Oh,
Lord.
that's
Hope it was all
controversial right there. We ain't
well.
gonna
And then we got
spoil.
a $2 super chat from Shroom Kingdom. Rest in peace, Kevin.
Yes.
1000%.
Salute.
Then we got a 19-month message from Suicide Kings.
Yeah.
Love and praise to all those mothers out there that have held all of us down for so long.
Yes.
Thank you, Mom. Then we
Salute.
got a $5 super chat from Mr. Irish. Greetings, lords. Just back from seeing Doctor Strange. It may be. Let me make sure this is not a.
No, you good.
Okay. It may not be a favorite solo MCU movie. It's definitely not for.
Yeah.
I was just reading to make sure it didn't have a spoiler in it.
Mhm.
Then we got a 10-month message from
Bunty.
Bunty.
You done
I
know.
have to listen tomorrow while I'm at work, but I'm glad to be here for 7 months. Great. Work
Bless him.
IOP, keep it up. Enough respect. I appreciate that.
Much love.
And you've been here for more than 7 months, my friend. You've been here for 10. That's
Yo,
how long-
Slomo, you stupid. He said, "Addict read these super chats like Floyd Mayweather." You better stop. Anyway, Flame $5 super chat. You get him, Addict, get him.
Guess what? I have power over you, my friend. Then we got a $5 super chat from Flame. Happy Mother's Day to Halo Limited, the mother of all superb live service
Subpar.
games.
Wow.
The par live service game. Just kidding. Tell your mom you love her today, Realm.
Salute,
Then we got a 20 months message from Gerald Mack. Call face moving powder.
Wow, Scarface now.
Cogface.
Shout out to
Well, I
Joe,
mean, to be fair, you can't really complain how you be pushing this stuff.
I'm just talking about product. I don't know what's the problem with the product. I just got
That's
product
my
to
man.
move. Continue.
And then we got a 25-month message from Elid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna try.
Don't even
to
try
pronounce
that.
last
Leave
name.
that one alone.
Salute to the Lord's Realm and Lord Mav. Always a pleasure to catch the Sunday live show while working overtime. Can't wait for it. Appreciate
doubt.
it.
So no doubt. So King, that's what everything you've been doing, sir.
Yeah.
All right, no doubt. Shout out to One Away Dragon TV, $5 super chat addict and Mav. Y'all keep talking crazy about Halo. I'm gonna have to put y'all on the same team and punish both of y'all. Facts. Free smoke. Let's go.
Let's go on.
No doubt.
That's how you. If that's what you need to tell yourself.
And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi LordCognito, spreading that realness in the rum of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke, my man's Maddie Plays. We had the great fork and spoon debate. We had the spork debate, and now it was the catch up on the eggs and the macaroni and cheese debate. Shoot, we also talked about games and Xbox. So salute to that. Go check that up. It's all live on the Last Stand Media YouTube channel if y'all didn't do the Patreon. And then we also had an an Ultimate. So check that out up on the Patreon. Really good discussion. Shout out to Ebontis, Ty Guy, Travis, just the homies at the Destiny Campfire, talking that Guardian Games, Season 17 predictions, all that. For me, Los Islands, I was trying to play Trek to Yomi, but I was unable to on 2 separate occasions, which were the only times I had to play.
What happened?
When I loaded my single player game that was offline because of services, I was prompted that I could not play this.
We need to just talk about that. Because
I got a question though. Did you buy it or did you play it off of Game Pass?
I played it off of Game Pass.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't matter though. That has nothing to do.
But I think Attic, where are we going at? I had this discussion with Maddie, and that was literally what we were talking about the Defining Duke Ultimate, which was about the whole physical games thing. And the only thing I'm pro digital, so this is not a bash on digital. I'm digital all day. King knows I am team lazy. I don't like grabbing discs up. I love the digital movement, and I was actually not opposed when Xbox One did it. But yeah, my only thing is, for single player games, there has to be some type of thing and system in place where there's not a required online check and you can still play that. Because I look at a game like, let's be honest, Halo single player, you can't really do that without, the disc is a glorified DRM check, let's be honest. And then, I look at a game like Hitman 3, took that on the X screen, there's content that's available, there's content that's not available, and this is a single player game through and through. So I just hope they come up with a solution for those type of scenarios, because that's where the physical games people really, beat their horns like, yo, we have to address this. So that's all I want to say. I want to come at them crazy. Look, outages happen. Salute. Looks like it is up now and whatever, but it did.
It was crazy that it missed me. Like, it's crazy because I played Trek to Yomi. I didn't even know. Like you said, Trek to Yomi. I'm like, I was playing that all yesterday. I was lit. I was really outside. And the sad part about it is, I would think y'all capping. If all 3 of y'all didn't say it, I was just thinking, oh, he's just making something up because his area, they went down over there, squirrel and bit the lines over there in that attic house.
See, what happened to me though, David, like, my wife was playing GTA Online like all day yesterday and the day before. So it didn't affect her whatsoever, but she owns that game, right? And then I played some Marvel vs. Capcom yesterday, which I own. Right, and it launched fine. Then I tried to launch Trek to Yomi, and I got an error. Right, which is I'm playing off of Game Pass. So, but I saw on Twitter they said hard reset your Xbox.
Yeah,
reset it. So I reset it, then relaunched it, and it launched fine.
Yeah,
that was a
so dudes just wasn't resetting their Xbox.
Oh, here we go. That's all it was. Yeah. Okay.
It could have been something to do with the licensing with the Game Pass subscription, because you have to be online for to verify your Game Pass subscription, as opposed to if you own the game, then it can do that 24-hour authentication.
You might be on to something, man.
That's a possibility. I don't know.
It might be fake news. This might be fake news.
Shout out to KSRT. I own Elden Ring and I still couldn't play it. Shout out to people.
Problem. I was playing.
Oh, so it doesn't exist. Got it. We put our head down because you didn't experience it. It doesn't exist.
You know what? Listen, I'm with y'all.
No,
but I can't be with
No,
y'all.
you're not.
Y'all got the mean face and I'm the only dude in the back like this.
Well, at the end of the day,
go ahead.
Microsoft needs to find a better way of doing it. I don't care if it's even a multiplayer game. That should at least boot up to the title screen and tell me you need an internet connection.
Yeah, true.
Look, if you share a digital library, you kind of put it on yourself. but I was seeing people that don't share
don't
digital
share, still
library,
having it.
that have their stuff at home, and it was still messing up. And for those people, not for the digital library stuff, because that is a feature that people have been using differently for years. So you kind of set yourself up to have issues if something like this were to occur. But for people that aren't doing this and being sincere about where the home is on their platform, it shouldn't do that.
Right.
It should, at the very least, let you play single player games.
Right.
Like I said, for multiplayer games, you should at least be able to boot them up. You should never have a situation where you can't at least launch a game.
Yeah, no, I get you. And we get system outages and issues. That happens. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to, things are going to happen. We just got to come up with, especially with single player games, I feel. That's where the owners should be. And hopefully hopefully this is a wake up call to come up with a situation. What happened?
Kids was like, I ain't had access to my game in 2. Like, it was literally like a good 15 hours. Smooth couldn't play anything.
And I was mad.
It was hard resetting, everything.
And I know people who had the not my home Xbox thing, did the reset. So look, hopefully it's a learning thing.
Let me ask you a question.
What's
I'm sure they'll fix it. They'll figure some kind of.
What's up?
Was the PlayStation out this weekend?
No.
Was the Nintendo out this weekend?
Not that I don't know of. No.
Oh, okay.
Where are we
So,
going?
guys, that's when you blow the dust off of those other consoles. And if one console isn't active right, you right over across the street. See, this is where it pays to have everything and don't be sitting there championing a piece of plastic like, oh, man, I can't. Well, just go right across the street.
What
and
if
play
they
no
don't have another console, kid?
Just to mitigate the time. Just to mitigate the time. Don't get frustrated. Don't be going on Twitter going crazy. Just take your time out. Just look at the Reddit.
It is
and
a
just
service they're paying for, kid.
Yeah, and then ask for your money back for those times that you didn't get a chance.
Like how we used to do with the cable bill.
It is a very, very strange issue though, because it seems like it affected everybody differently, right? It's not like there was just like, here's just this one clear issue, right? Because if you go online, even on Twitter, it's like, I've seen so many people say, yeah, I was able to play all my games fine. Then you see some say I couldn't play anything. Some say I can't play my backwards compatible games. Some say they can't play their Game Pass games.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there was like some weird
back to the people that you saw the outage on. I'm pretty sure that they could track that part and just file a little grievance for that joint because you wasn't able to play your service. Yeah. And
I don't even think it's that serious because I mean, let's be real here. It's not like this happens all the time. I don't think this has happened in probably a year and a half, 2 years. It's just when situations like this happen where the service is so off balance, where people are like the DRM issues is so bad where people was having a hard time just even loading into a game. Like I was playing Final Fantasy VII, like it was so bad I thought my console was bricked.
Oh,
like because when I would load into the Xbox lot yesterday morning, nothing was popping up. The my games and apps was blank. So it's just like there needs to be something to have a good middle ground. And I think Microsoft will get it, but it's just like you got to start working.
From my understanding, there's 2 things going on. One, the rumor that I heard was debunked is that because they got the Fortnite with the cloud streaming and I opened up a whole thing. So people thought it was that. I was told that's not the case. The other thing too is that they have to come up with a solution for the online mode because a lot of it is in place to really stop the hackers game. A lot of it is in place to stop the pirating and stuff like that. And we get that. But it just needs to be an offline solution, especially if you already got the ownership and there's a way you can check it. So hopefully they
I wonder if there's a way that they can have it to where, they can do something manually on their end to switch it to like a setting to something going on. So, switch it to like standby mode where it pretty much is like updates all the Xboxes to have like a 24-hour like check-in.
It's funny you say that.
That's what that's the way it's supposed to work.
Yes.
Though. Like so that's what they have.
Correct.
But it wasn't working properly.
Correct.
So I think there was some kind of issue with the system.
Yes.
Not that they don't have the system in place. It just wasn't working like it was supposed to.
Completely agree, man. Because that's what I did when I got the X screen. You know what I'm saying? Because you can play your digital joints as long as you don't do the My Home sharing thing and you're in an offline state. You can play your digital joints for the most part. When I was on the train, we was going to PAX and all that offline and then have any internet connection for the most part. So it can be done. It's just something with the way that outage affected their systems. They have to come up with a workaround. Go ahead.
And keep in mind that this will happen anyway, if the moment you have internet connection,
Right.
and let's say like you're moving or something, and you're waiting for that internet, like if you share a digital library, you only have access to what the person you're sharing with has bought.
Right.
Because that's how it works. The only way that you have access to your stuff is if you're signed in.
Right.
So keep in mind, if people that are sharing a digital library, that's the reason a lot of this is happening.
No,
Now, it was
facts.
happening to people that don't have that don't share, but that's rare. But most of the time when stuff like this is happening, if you are sharing a digital library and you're seeing stuff like this, it's because you have agreed to let the other person use your license. So that's why they can launch your stuff and you can launch their stuff. Yeah. Because that's how the digital sharing stuff, and the way you have access to your stuff is by the online, because there's pretty much the Xbox reads the license from two different ways. Whoever has the home and when you're actually signed in through your actual gamer tag. But the problem is when you can't sign in on a network side, it's not reading your license. That way you can't launch the stuff you bought.
The other thing too, Addict, I seen a lot of people say, well, I only own one Xbox, but like, you got to double check, because if you owned an Xbox before and you didn't go change it, like say
for
you
my
traded
home.
in an Xbox One X, or you traded in an Xbox One and you got like a new Xbox, if you don't go and actually set that as your home Xbox, it's not going to change automatically, right? So
no, that's a good point.
You need to make sure.
What's up?
You finished what you're going to say, man?
No, I was just saying you guys just got to double check that, because I think a lot of people just assume that it automatically happens because that's what you play on.
Correct.
But that's not the automatic thing.
And keep in mind, like, even if you have only bought one console in the past, just go make sure your stuff's home. There's constantly having glitches, especially in the preview program. So, I mean, there's constantly being, for all you know, that preview program has told your console, this ain't his home, leave. So
let's not
it's
spread
like,
misinformation.
no, I'm saying that when you're in like preview program stuff like that does happen.
Well, yeah, you're more susceptible to bugs or something because you're in an early access.
So
kind of
it
program.
doesn't hurt that, especially if you're in that preview program, just to double check that your console is set for your home.
No, okay. Fair enough. So now that we've got all the technical stuff out the way, let's get a code switch up before we start getting into what we here for. Got a couple joints going in. We had who we got? I got
them all.
Okay, cool. Get them. Cue them up.
We got a 30-month member chat from Stitch. Everybody out here complaining about Microsoft buying Activision while Embracer is building an empire skating under the radar and nobody seems to have an issue. The reason that is Embracer they're not a platform holder, so I think they see that a little bit differently. $2 super chat from Dawn Otaku. I couldn't play physical or own games Saturday, and we just brought that up. Like I said, doesn't happen often, but it is annoying when it does happen. We got $2 super chat from Flame. I was at work during the outage. Oh well, lucky you, Flame. Lucky you.
Thank you for your sympathy for the rest of the population. Salute.
We got a 17th month message from Devi or Duvi. I don't know. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. I did exactly what King said. It was working at first and then stopped and went in on my PlayStation 5 and played.
No doubt.
Then we got a $2 super chat from 108 Dragon. Cog is a Troy
Ave.
out here. Okay,
Cog is Troy Ave out here ad-libbing powder. Yeah, you caught the reference. Shout out to Troy. You caught it. Only Brooklyn would know that.
We got a $5 super chat from Hollywood. Another great Sunday. Great job last night, King. Love Doctor Strange viewed it as one comic issue in the storyline pipeline. Don't lose live update. New York, I guess he said. Upstate New York. We will be doing like a spoiler cast on that movie, but we don't know when we're gonna do it. Solve did watch it with you, right?
Yeah. We all. Everybody,
so we'll have to figure
sometime this week.
We'll have to figure out a good time because King and Solve, not King and Solve, Cog and Solve have weird schedules, so we'll have to figure out what's good for everyone.
Generally Saturdays.
Then we got a $5 super chat from Dead Planets. If anyone needs a good laugh, please check out IGN's Xbox Showcase prediction. Compulsion as support studio, Gear 6 next from TC. What's TC next from the Coalition? The
Coalition.
Plus Starfield delay. Okay. Ooh, I don't like how I'm hearing there.
I don't know about that.
Then we got a $5 super chat from Duvi. Juvie, whatever. I'm sharing with my son, and I think that's that's what happened. It happened after I started helping him on Elden Ring.
No doubt. Salute. So we pretty much caught up for the most part. One last joint from me. Want to shout out some merch. Shout out Anonymous. You got the snapback. You got the ILP wall hang, but you got to put a comment when you guys copy the swag. Just make sure you leave a comment so we can shout you out, give you the proper
That was me.
thing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that was you. Oh, okay, that's what
I'm taking someone's, someone's glory.
Taking someone's glory.
They don't want to say something. I'm gonna say something. That was me.
That was me. All right, right. That was the whole team in there. You know what I'm saying? Do what we do. So now that we got the super chats, all that stuff taken care of, we got to focus on Lord Mav, his video game system history, his journey into content creation, and of course, what led him to creating the amazing FunSpeculation YouTube channel. So, Lord Mav, let's start from the very beginning, man. What was some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Oh man. So I was born with an Intellivision in the house.
Whoa, OG
Yes.
talk. Okay,
So
listen up, Adam.
it was
Pay
something
attention.
we would pull out, the closet, hook up to the big wooden TV in the living room.
The wood
you know?
joint, the
Oh
joint
yeah,
that
big
looked
old
like
Zenith.
furniture, the Zenith. Ooh!
Big Zenith.
Everybody had that Zenith.
And it was one that became a TV stand for a new TV years later. You know what I mean?
Yes. I
So
know what
we would hook that up in the living room, play games like Burger Time, Snafu,
Wow.
Astro Smash.
Mm.
I grew up on that, and it was easy for a kid to play because it had those like plastic sleeves, with the
Yes.
pictures on the buttons, right?
Yes.
So it was really cool. I was able to get into gaming, and it was like some of my favorite times every time we played all those games, right? But then like the first real console like we got after that, like a new one that we brought into the house, was a Sega Master System.
Ooh.
It wasn't my choice. I probably would have went with Nintendo at
Easy.
the time, but my brother was a little older than me, so he got to get what he got. Maybe the Master System was a little cheaper.
Yeah.
That may be another reason, but I had a blast. It was like Double Dragon, R-Type.
Two-player Double Dragon. Don't
Yeah,
forget.
the real
Yes.
Double Dragon.
Mhm.
Yep, Double Dragon. There was so many like Space Harrier.
Wow. Get ready.
Alf, dude, so many great games back in the day. And then just always been gaming ever since, dude. I mean, I got an SNES and a 64, PlayStation.
Now, slow down,
PS2,
slow down, brother. Slow
Dreamcast,
down. Hold on.
all that.
Transition from the Master System to what? What was the next one? Because that was the brother. So what was? What was after that? Was it NES straight through? Because for you, or you guys missed a gem?
9-year-old my 9-year-old birthday, I got an SNES
Ooh.
for my birthday. Right, that was my request,
What
and that
was
was the
your game
first
you
one
got
that
with
was like for me.
For you. Yeah,
like,
talk about it. What games? Like King said.
yeah.
What games you got
Oh
with?
man, I was all over Super Mario World.
Mm.
Like, I played through that game probably like 50 times.
Yoshi's debut? Yoshi's debut, y'all? I can't remember.
Yeah, Yoshi's
Okay.
debut,
That was
man.
when Yoshi came out. That was when
Yep.
Mode 7 hit.
Yes. Continue.
Yeah, Super Mario World. Dude, I mean, there's so many games back then. There's a lot of games on the SNES, but that was the first time I started really kind of getting into RPGs and stuff.
Okay.
So what was it, like Mother, or was it Final Fantasy? What
No, it was like, I think it was like, it was some Final Fantasy, and there was also like Chrono Trigger.
Oh,
yeah.
So I do want to point out that you guys would be proud of me. My aunt was throwing these away.
This is the Lord's
Yes.
work
Someone
right
was
here.
throwing those away.
Wow. Wait, hold on. I gotta pin that. Hold on. Wow. Attic with the OG. Let's go, Attic. Let's go.
That was the game right there. And I remember blowing those cartridges
Let's
like
go
crazy.
to Mario Kart OG. Let's get it. What else we got? Who is throwing all that all-star? Who's throwing these away?
Yes.
Classics.
Oh man,
My
I'm
aunt
remembering
was-
man. My memory sucks. I'm remembering a lot of this stuff.
There's like 15 more back there in the actual NES. It's Super NES itself.
Wait, where
Oh
you
my
got it
God,
from?
I would've
Who
kissed her.
got this from? What's going
My
on?
aunt was throwing them away.
Wow. Salute.
Wow, really?
That's
Throwing
crazy.
those away? Those are gems.
Those are gems right there.
And
Yeah, thanks for saving them.
Yeah.
she called me and she was like, "Do you want this suit?" Because she used to have an obsession with playing Dr. Mario,
Yes.
and it doesn't interest her anymore because they've had it for years, and she was throwing them out, and I was like, I was there, and she's like, "Oh, do you want them?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll take them."
Smart man, no doubt.
So Mav, you stayed Nintendo from Super NES. Once you got the taste of the fine greatness Did you stay there, or did you fluctuate back to Sega in any form? Because you said Super Nintendo, then you said what was it, the Nintendo 64?
Yeah,
Well,
so I went. The 64 was the next big one, right?
Right.
That and then the PS1. Like the 64, that was hard to get back then,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like people couldn't get one, so I got it for Christmas. Probably was like 12, 13 or something. I still got the picture.
Stop.
Open it. It's like I was like one of those kids. I opened it up, I threw it up in the air. It's so stupid. Bro. I was like so excited. Like,
Wait, you roofed your sister? Like, what was that
I
about?
just went, oh my god! I freaked out and I threw it up in the air, but I caught it, so it was okay.
I'm done.
I remember playing some of the Star Wars games right away on that, and GoldenEye was my jam.
Best
as
pause
well,
music in the history of gaming. Continue.
Mario Kart 64. I mean, so many great games on the 64. And it was like the first dive into 3D gaming for me. Really. Like, with Super Mario 64, I was like, whoa, this is so different. This is so new.
That analog control, moving them in a circle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that controller was weird, man. I never knew how to hold it properly.
Yeah, the battery.
It's like, hold it like this way for this game, hold it like this way for this game.
I think that was the magic with the controller that Miyamoto gave us. We were able to play it in so many different forms. Like if you was playing Blast Corps, you just held it in the middle and had it like a trigger. If you was playing first-person shooter games, you did the same thing. When you was playing Mario, you had your both hands on the outside. I mean, it gave you a lot of diversity with the controller. I thought it was genius.
Yeah, for sure, man.
What about them wrestling games, man? No wrestling, no N64.
Oh yeah, WCW versus NWO Nitro.
My man.
Oh yeah. Dude, there was 3 of them on the 64. I got each one.
I got everything.
Also, going back to the SNES, and I forgot to mention this.
Let's go.
This was one of the things that we did the most. It was Super Tecmo Bowl.
Oh yeah.
Like that was me and my brother like every night, going at it on Super Tecmo.
Yes.
Right.
Let's
and
go.
then on the 64, it was like NBA Hang Time and stuff as well, right? Then NFL Blitz.
Yes.
I mean, just like those Midway games.
Man.
On the 64, man, those were it, dude.
Legendary.
So,
after the 64, you went straight to the PlayStation 1?
PS1, and I had the same experience that my mind was blown. Right? The first game I played, I think, was Ridge Racer.
Woo, Ridge Racer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Them replays.
The music.
Woo.
Just like it just grabbed you. It was like different,
Yes.
like nothing like that before.
So let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a huge question because it was a big debate, and I don't know if Nintendo won this fight or lost this fight. Data versus loading times, and the cartridge versus the disc, right?
Yeah.
How did you feel going straight from cartridge? Because you did back-to-back cartridges, Super NES, and then you did Nintendo 64. Load times like that instantly into the game, getting to the next scene, and now you jump over to PlayStation and it said loading at the bottom when you had to do your Ridge Racer.
It was worth it when I got into the game.
Yeah, you saw them graphics.
Okay.
You saw them graphics. He's like,
I saw
okay.
those graphics,
Woo!
and I was like,
Nintendo
okay,
ain't doing that. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm a fanboy.
And that PS1 had some of my favorite games of all time.
Talk to me. Oh, we share this. Tell me why you love the PS1 like I love.
Final Fantasy 7, as Attic was saying here earlier. Yeah, for me though, it was Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh, Attic, he won you over. That's it. Go ahead.
Tactics is a good game.
Tactics is one of my favorite games of all time, bro. 100%.
I almost like when that, because clearly that GeForce leak is pretty accurate at this point. When they officially announced that Tactics remake, I'm gonna lose it. I hope it's not for like Switch or something. I don't mind if it comes out for the Switch, but I just don't want it to be nothing but the Switch because I want it to perform good. So it's just like, because I played Bravery Default, that I really realized how bad
it's not coming in hot.
Like,
it's not.
Yeah.
Because when I played Bravery Default on the Switch, it's pretty bad. Like, yeah, but it's still a good game. I want to see that game done in a good way. I'll be upset if they literally just like, oh, we're gonna splash a little paint on it and not take a good amount of time with that game, because that game's pretty old. So it's just like, I felt like that that kind of grid-based style. Obviously, the original XComs and stuff, those are there.
Yeah.
But that game's what brought me into that genre.
So that brought you into turn-based. What
the job system is still better in that game than any other like RPG like attack.
I don't know. Final Fantasy V I thought had a fantastic job system too. So.
Yeah.
So
love it.
Would you say, Mav, that because Tactics gets lots of love from Addict, would you say that was your introduction and maybe fell in love with that genre, that style, or would you play those type of games before?
For tactics games, for sure,
Okay.
right? But like RPGs, that was more like came from the SNES and going into like the PlayStation. I didn't play as many RPGs except for like Ocarina of Time on the 64,
right?
Like I feel like I don't know, maybe I was missing something, but
okay,
the RPG thing kind of skipped the 64 era for me.
Gotcha.
As far as the JRPGs and stuff goes, at least.
Okay.
But PS1, I had my best friend that pretty much lived with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he lived down the street, but like he was always at our house. So he would stay at our house for 2 weeks at a time, and we would just sit there
go home
and play the PlayStation.
Shout out to Ken Tank.
And we would go through and rent all those, like, I don't even remember a lot of the names, but we would go to Blockbuster and just rent all these RPGs and stuff, and play them over a weekend.
Nice.
Go and swap it out, play a different one. Swap it out, play a different one. Wild Arms.
Wow.
Stuff like that.
Yes.
Just a great. I fell in love with the tactics style, and I loved the turn-based JRPGs. We like teamed up with strategizing because like Final Fantasy VII and these other Final Fantasy games back then, like once you get to those like bosses and stuff, you got to think like moves ahead.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, do this. So we'd have like a strategy guide to find all the secrets and stuff, and we'd have. It was a blast, dude.
Yeah,
I remember those days.
Oh yeah,
Best days.
Salute, man. I love it. I love the love for PlayStation 1. I don't think it gets enough credit. I know the other PlayStations are great.
All right.
What?
So,
PlayStation
1. Did you stay PlayStation?
Dreamcast, baby. All the
Oh. Because I was going to ask you before you get into Dreamcast. I was going to what happened, Attic?
It feels like every time, if we say PlayStation, I feel like, the moment we say Dreamcast, the podcast just completely get derailed. Like almost every single time.
Every single time. That Dreamcast love. Before we get into the Dreamcast, I did want to ask you, Sega Master System, and then SNES. Then you go in N64, you get to PlayStation. But I noticed Genesis wasn't there. Was it because your brother, someone had it? Or it was just like, I'm so entrenched in the Super NES ecosystem, that was where my heart was?
At that point, it's more of just like, we could afford like one console.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Like I had a single parent household,
I feel
right?
you, I feel you.
And so for me, it was like, you got to pick one.
Yeah, decisions.
I played a lot of Genesis at my friends' houses, right? I was into Sonic, and anytime we'd go to like Target or whatever, Walmart, wherever they had a kiosk, Sonic was there.
Yeah.
I was playing Sonic, while my mom was shopping. But yeah, I never lost love for Sega. Didn't not have love for Sega, but because
decisions
and the NES time came, and I was playing all those NES games at my friends' houses. When it came time to pick the Genesis or the SNES, I had to have the SNES.
I respect that. That's real.
Right?
That's real, King.
So,
because we got to be real, Sega fans. NES was outside. Like Nintendo was the guys.
When I got that Famicom in the house, oh my God! The first time I jumped down that tube, that tunnel, and he had an echo.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, it's over." Actraiser for me when they had a live orchestra on the chip. I said, "That's it." I said, "Oh man, Sega, you done, son?" I looked over at Sega. I was like, you better get something going over there.
And then that Mode 7 and them RPGs, and we was like,
Sega came with their CD.
So now we fast forward to where Mav is at, because we made the family business decision, which I respect. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day.
Dreamcast.
And then now, what made you get the Dreamcast? Because technically, like I said, you were NES into PlayStation. So what was the attraction to the Dreamcast?
Well, at this point, I had started making some of my own money as well, because I had a job, and I was always like super into gaming. Like all the gaming websites, I would read everything. I'd have like all these magazine subscriptions, and I wanted the new thing, no matter what it was, and the Dreamcast had so many awesome games that were announced for it, dude. And I really wanted to have that Sega console. Remember, it had the VMU. You know, that I was like, oh, that's gonna be cool. You know, I can look at my plays.
Yeah, for football. I was thinking about
right.
NFL.
And when we're playing with my friends, and I don't gotta worry about them seeing.
Stop looking at my screen, bro. You looking at my plays, bro.
Yeah. And then like the fighting games. I've always been somebody that's into lots of different genres. You know, so like fighting games, sports games.
That's Soul Calibur, though.
Yes, dude. Soul Calibur and Soul Calibur 2 really is where it hit, right?
Yo. People don't remember my favorite game, Blue Stinger.
Blue Stinger. Wow.
Yeah. It was a launch title. I got everything at launch. It didn't even matter what it was. Just throw it in the bag. Yeah. But that Blue Stinger, it was a single player, over the shoulder, third person player. It was dope. It was Sony style on Xbox.
On the Dreamcast.
Well, it turned into Xbox later. But yeah,
continue them Dreamcast stories, man.
Yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Oh my god.
We're gonna take you for a ride.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had like so many like almost fist fights with me and my friends over that game. Like,
who was you taking? Who was your characters?
Iron Man, Wolverine,
Berserker Barrage,
and man, I don't even remember. That's like I never even had to use the third character.
No Stars and Stripes.
I was gonna say Captain America, but I feel like the third character I always kind of like swapped in and out. You know what I mean? But I always had to have Iron Man and Wolverine. You know, I feel like I swapped the third one a lot. But Captain America I did use quite a bit, but I never found that perfect 3 combo.
Gotcha.
But it always had to be Iron Man and Wolverine.
Oh, those are your people.
You were using distance and you was using
up close.
I know you.
Okay. I'm feeling it. No doubt.
100%. I never had to even switch to my third character. So.
Oh, you was just that nice when you was just. Okay. All right, man. All right.
I just put him in to be a punching bag a little bit while my other guys recoup their health. You know?
Oh, okay. So he was the test dummy. He's the crash dummy.
I just blocked a lot. You know, I just like picked that third character and blocked a lot. You know, sat there in the corner just like this.
I love the strat. No, go ahead. Continue with the Dreamcast.
Man, but my favorite Dreamcast game was Tokyo Extreme Racing.
Yeah.
Wow, forgot about that game.
Yep.
That game was everything.
It was called what? Midnight something in Japan.
Tokyo Highway Racing, I think.
Really?
Yeah, it was a different name in Japan.
Was it a launch title? How did I miss out on that one?
I don't know if it was a launch title. It was. I mean, I don't even remember who the publisher was.
What
Maybe
was it?
THQ.
Tokyo Midnight. What was it?
Yeah.
Tokyo Extreme Racing.
Oh, Extreme Racing.
But in Japan, it was something else because I was buying imports. So I was not waiting that period of time. So I would get the Japanese game and figure it out when I get to the house. So.
Oh, it looked good.
And that game, you went like, so the way that game worked is you raced around the highways of like Tokyo at night. And then you would have a car, you know, you could do some customization stuff on it. And then you would approach people that are like, you know, computer, and they all had a name attached to them, right?
Okay.
And with a certain specific car. So you would challenge them, you would race them, you'd beat them, and then more difficult challengers would start showing up until you eventually beat the boss. You know?
They
and the
ride
boss was
you at night.
oh my god!
Flash their headlights to the
Really?
back of the car.
You would get challenged too.
And then the challenge starts off.
Yeah. The I think it was Speed King was the boss on that, man.
Yeah.
And, like you have to start developing strategies, like trying to put them into a wall or put them into like a column under the overpass to be able to beat it, man. But I love that game. There's actually a sequel that came out on PS2.
Really?
Tokyo Extreme Racer 2, but it wasn't as good.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard. Educating me. This one kind of missed my radar here. Salute. Yeah, Dreamcast has some joints in the cut, man. Did you ever, before we move on from Dreamcast, did you ever try Shenmue?
Yeah, I liked Shenmue.
Okay.
You know, as one we played, like me and my friends, was kind of come out like, hey, let's go do this stupid thing. You know, like
life simulator.
Just
sitting
driving a forklift.
Driving a forklift. Getting a job. Did you go to the arcade?
Get a whole job. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It
was different, man.
It always amazed me, King, to go to the arcade in Shenmue to play a game within the game. I was blown away by that. I just thought that was like amazing. But salute to Shenmue, salute to the legendary Yu Suzuki. So now you're in that Dreamcast ecosystem. You're rocking and rolling. Then what happens?
The wheels fell off.
Besides that,
They closed the
then
gates
the
down.
PS2, man. I also had the GameCube, but the GameCube never really clicked for me. I kind of
Same.
like, I feel like I got it and traded it in like 3 times.
oh
You know what I mean?
damn!
Like,
Oh, it's one of those. Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of like the Switch.
It was the fire.
Damn, man.
It
I'm
was
sorry.
a successful switch.
No, like the GameCube, like the GameCube for me, like I wanted to be into the games, and I played probably more Mario Kart on that than anything else.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I
I'm with
had
you.
that had the first great wireless
Smash
controller
Bros.
on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Wavebird. if
Wavebird.
anybody remembers that?
I
Yes.
still got that. I still got that.
So I did like it for some things, but I could never really get into.
You wasn't walking down the street with your little purple lunchbox.
The
in your
lunchbox?
hand,
No.
going
The
to your
handle?
friend's house. I got games.
Remember the disc was like they
the
finally
disc was
went
like,
to
wow.
disc, but they were so small and proprietary.
Yeah, they was trying to make sure that they didn't get pirated.
Pirated,
They got
yeah.
so fast.
It's like if we do
They
this,
joined. The Star Wars was the best.
yeah.
That Star Wars game, that launch title,
Mhm.
that was exactly what.
Which one
they
was that?
needed.
You remember? Was it like one of the flying ones? Or?
Yeah, it was like the X-wing fighter or something like that. It was
Yeah.
it was one of the best games for them.
No, salute to the game. It's funny, me and you share that. For whatever reason, I just couldn't connect with it like everyone else did. So I was in that
Yeah.
same boat where I had it because I felt as a gamer I should have it, but I didn't have too many games that I was like, all right, yes.
Nah,
I'm
That's
on
the
came out with
board.
that
only
Zelda.
Mario game I never played was Mario Sunshine.
Oh
They
wow.
came out with Wind Waker. I was like, oh no,
Really?
I gotta respect they hustle, son. I don't care what's going on those little discs.
No doubt. So then from there, what we doing?
Yeah, PS2,
Yes.
and a Dreamcast really like the 2K sports games came out on there,
Yeah.
right? And then so I started playing a little bit online on the Dreamcast for the first time,
Mm-hmm.
and then PS2 I got the network adapter for it as well, right?
Nice.
So I was able to play a sports games online on there as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just played that era was like my teenage years, right?
Yeah.
As well. So I was like always out and about, but when we came home, we always played different games, and GTA or man, there's just too many. The PS2, there was like 1,000 games,
late
dude.
night,
I feel like
in the corner with the sniper rifle, waiting to see somebody
yeah.
foot.
MLB The Show. I really started getting into it then, but I remember those 989 sports games.
989.
Sony
Wow.
was on deck with 9.
Wow.
NBA Shootout was underrated back then.
NBA
Like I loved NBA
Shootout.
Shootout.
Hey, wait a second. 343-989.
No, 9. You're funny. Yeah, 9. That's
343-989. What's up?
nah, man.
What's
Listen.
going on here?
989.
Game Day.
Game day. That's what
Yep.
the Hunt.
Yo,
And
yo,
King
I
was
remember-
champion of
yo,
them to
Matt.
try to kill Madden. I remember this.
Yo,
We had
Matt.
arguments.
Okay, so I'm one of those people that I'm gonna go against the norm.
Yes.
Right? If everybody is down for one thing, I'm gonna be the different dude. You know,
Mhm.
everybody wearing Adidas, I'm gonna go buy Pumas.
Mhm.
Right? Just like that. And I really did that too. That's crazy. But anyway, so it was Madden. It was launch.
Yes,
And we
launch.
were seeing the videos. We was looking at the magazine, and they had Madden versus Game Day.
Game day.
And I ran out and brought that Game Day. I was so mad because that's the year Madden had the real bald head dudes with the whole with the hollow eyes.
Yeah.
Yo,
But that was like the
and-
big 3D
Yeah,
sprites
they-
moving with the replay. We was like, oh my
Oh
God.
my God. Yo, we slept outside in front
In front of the Sony style store, New York City. The line
On
was
the floor,
wrapped
on the
around
floor.
on the
Crazy.
floor, on the concrete. And if you really think about it, that's really torture what they did. Because
they didn't care.
it's like a midnight launch, but we're looking at a glass screen where you can see they had the PS2 on replay. And it would just be the Bannon and whatever other launch game. And we're sitting there salivating, knowing we got like 6 to 8 more hours to wait on this line before we can get our consoles. And that console was very hard to find, especially in New York City.
My dumb behind thought that Game Day was gonna beat Madden. Well, I had to finally concede, but I had to be ridiculed. I don't know how long, Mav, that every time I come in the house, they go, the hut.
We didn't like the Hut sound because it just sounded weird. We like, why they sound like the Hut? It's like, whoa.
Oh my God, it was horrible.
Continue, man. So you got that Game Day. Salute.
Just tons of that was another era of like great RPGs as well. But they also had like 20 different fighting games that came out, like random stuff. You know, like there was just
Bloody
so many different games, man. Like so it's hard to like just pick some. But Gran Turismo, I was really into Gran Turismo back in the day when it was good.
Whoa. That was a game changer. Gran Turismo was a game changer.
It was.
All those cars, the simulation.
Yeah, real cars. And then seeing, again, those replay. Like how you talked about Ridge Racer. Like that, you had to like blink your eyes. Like, yo, that looked real. Like it looked crazy. Like we never seen anything like that. They were taking those real professional shots, and then they turned the corner, and it was different, man, for sure.
You know, I remember like the grind aspect of it too that I liked back then. Yeah, like you had to buy your first car you had to buy was like a Nissan Silvia or a 240 SX that had like 100,000 miles on it. And you had $3,000. And then you had to get its oil changed. You had to replace its muffler. You had to, you had to fix it up. And then eventually you could win a race.
Yes.
Right. And then you could win a race and you got enough money. You built up enough time. Then you could sell that car.
Yes.
And buy another car. And then it's like, oh man, but I'm really attached to this
car. Yeah, but and man,
you know what I mean?
No, you're absolutely right. And that's why I always give Gran Turismo its flowers initially for how they changed simulation racing, because that was the game that really made me a better driver. Remember getting those licenses? Yeah. Getting the A on them licenses was very difficult back then. You earned that. Like you were like, I'm a professional driver with this one. Salute.
And shout out to the walls
wheel with the 3 pedals. You were definitely a professional driver.
Oh yeah. You said the walls.
And shout out to the walls for always being there for me. You know, to get by my opponent.
To get through. You know you do the little bumper
because for the real driving simulator, that's the only one thing. Man, you could just like bounce off those walls like it was nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it was great.
Bav out here with the exploits. Continue.
Yeah,
right. But then dude, like. Then my friends brought over an Xbox after it came out. I wasn't like excited for an Xbox. I wasn't really on my radar. You know, I was like, what is this? I was probably like 18 years old, you know, something like that. And I was at my grandparents' house and I heard my older cousins, like husbands, talking about it. And I was like, okay. It's like, okay, like these guys I don't even think these guys play games. What are they talking about? This game called Halo? Like, I was like, okay. And I had kind of dabbled in PC gaming a little bit around that time too. It was like I was really into Neverwinter Nights and Command and Conquer and all that stuff, right?
Yes.
But you know, my friends, like, they had got an Xbox and they've been playing Halo a lot. They brought it over. I played Halo. We played with like that 4-player, you know, multiplayer on the, you know, Hang 'em High and all that stuff. And I'm like,
let's go.
Life was changed.
That's it.
From that moment.
It's over.
Yeah, you took your PlayStation to the store and it was like, bye.
Then no, seriously, like the next day, I went and took that to the store.
Wait, hold on.
I took my like 20 games.
Wait. I gotta know this. So King got this right. So wait, you go over there. You see that Halo, you hear that music, the Gregorian chant.
I had to have it, dude. I didn't have enough money to go buy one outright. I did have a PlayStation 2 and about 20 games that I could go to GameStop.
He walked in the house and was like, all right.
Yo, that's when you have that, yo, King. That's when you have that self-talk,
though, right?
Yes. It's so funny as gamers when you see the next gen thing that truly is transformative, and you don't have the money. So you go home and you really evaluate all the things that you know you love in this house, but what has to go?
Gotta go, baby.
Right. 100%, man. It's like, okay, what's worth more to me? I understand I'm not getting the best value for this, but is it worth more to me to play that one game on that other system, or is it worth me to play all this other stuff I've been playing? And I was like, I'm taking it. I traded it all in. I got 20 cents for some games. I wasn't even paying attention. I don't care. All I knew is I was walking out of that store.
And you know what's crazy? When you go over all your games and you have that double check. You're like, do I really need to play this?
But exactly. Addict, we know we love those games. But the new thing is so powerful that we betray all of it. And we know what Mavin said is so accurate because we know.
I knew he did that.
You called it. You called it. You called it. You called it.
For the simple fact, I had that same thing happen to my soul. Like, I'm not one of those people. I'm not even gonna sit there and cap. Like, a lot of you dudes be out there. I'm collecting hardware. Good on you. If I ain't playing you out the door. If y'all not in the same generation, Like, I'm not doing that carrying a PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One into the next generation. You gone, son. Like, soon as I get in the house, the next stuff is outside, it's coming outside. It is no debate. There's no conversation. Y'all are out of here. You're not producing. New, better, greater is outside. So, I knew Mav went in the house, and it really wasn't a debate. He had one tear. It was like, Junior, tell your moms I ain't coming home. You gotta go.
Well, Mav, I got to ask you, like, you saying some real stuff right here because you sitting there now, you taking all your old beloved stuff, and then you seeing them tally up, and we know damn well the value does not equate to how much you paid, but all it's about is getting over the price finish line. He's like, okay, so all this is enough, so I can get this?
Yeah, I'm going like digging through my closet. Do I have like an old memory card from the PS1? Is there, how much will it give me for that? You know what I mean? You go like, what do I have that I can get some money for to get this thing?
You know what's funny? The reason GameStop is in the situation they're at because they have the same mindset they did back then. It's like no, like evolving. Okay, people are starting to go digital. What can we do? Their mindset's like, okay, people are going digital. How much more can we get from them? Like,
bro, it's so funny the culture we live. Shout out to Pixel Benji. Like, we were literally getting ripped off, but we did not care as long as we could leave with it right now.
My explanation was if I knew I was getting ripped off, it was okay.
Yes, yeah.
we got 480
Hit
something
the like,
people
y'all.
in the chat. Let's hit that like button, share that out, get some friends in here. Let's talk about this conversation because Mav just right here. He went inside the house and betrayed everything that he loved.
Yeah, I put it in like grocery bags, you know, like plastic grocery bags. You know, I got like 2 bags with like 10 PlayStation games in them each, you know, like tie it at the tip so they don't fall out in the car.
Yo, man, you that dude that used to annoy me when you go to GameStop because you know you behind that dude and he put all his stuff on the table and you know the registered dude gonna take mad long to add all this stuff.
And I'm like, I was cool though. If I saw other people in the store, I'd be like, you might want to go.
Oh,
first.
you was good. You was cool
know
with it.
what I
Okay,
mean?
okay.
Not me.
Yeah,
Not me.
You want to go first?
I came in there with 2 duffel bags. Yo, man. It was 2, like, you could put bodies in them. I had duffel bags that you could put Shaq in, right? So I had 2 duffel bags of Shaq, right? I had 2 Shaqs. And I walked in, and this is when I got my revenge on GameStop. This is when they was taking DVDs for cash.
Right. Oh yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Oh,
I shut it down that same day.
Yeah.
Doing it right after I showed up.
Bro, I brought my AT DVD. I brought DVD. Bro, when GameStop had that promotion, we was lit.
Remember when GameStop had that Nintendo promotion, and it was so bad that GameStop had to shut it down.
They knew when they mess up, they give us too much credit.
Because the Switch games. It might have been before the Switch. I'm pretty sure it was with Switch, but it was so crazy. You could go to Walmart, buy 3 Switch games of that list, bring it back to GameStop, and by the time they added the traded in value and they added everything, you're making more money than you did spending $200 buying the games at Walmart.
Yeah, for the Nintendo stuff. GameStop usually has a mess up, and there's always some way to.
That was a real mess up.
But yeah.
Continue.
I think I saw people like paint off like whole consoles with it. Remember?
Oh yeah. It was
because it was only in trade value. You couldn't get it in cash.
Yeah, they wouldn't give you the cash, but your trade value was super lit. So continue, man. You bring it all up
like
there.
You got if you did it at the right time too, you got like an extra percentage for trades and all this stuff, right?
Oh, you remember? Yes.
Oh yeah, like it was like I've probably got like 500 something bucks or something for that, all that stuff, But then I got Xbox, I got a few games, Halo and Project Gotham Racing, and
let's go.
I can't remember what fighting games, I remember getting when Ninja Gaiden came out. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god,
yeah. There was so many great Xbox games, dude, and it was transformative at that time because like a PS2 to an Xbox felt like it
was a
like
graphical jump. Oh yeah, people sleep on the Xbox. It was a graphical jump
because they was doing RGB.
And then we was kind of introducing HD gaming, even on a 720 level. The hard drive, the custom soundtracks. It was a lot going on, and Ethernet.
You had like Xbox Live wasn't out yet,
right?
But had the promise of that coming, and you had the Ethernet port in it. And I remember like, okay, I got broadband. I'm ready. I'm ready for this. And when Halo 2 came out, That was you talk about life changer, right?
Yes.
With the Xbox.
Yes.
When Halo 2 came out, that was the real deal. That's when it became like another level,
Yes.
right?
I think on 2, that's when they were really pushing that envelope to dual welding.
The dual welding.
This is 2. This is 2.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one where we had to play the Arbiter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's the
then
one I wanted to
for
throw my
multiplayer,
controller
what
out.
blew me away, Mav, was I remember being in there on Xbox Live, right? You're playing it. Because before it was kind of like, yo, you only could play local, and then you playing this.
Unless you rigged it with like routers and stuff.
Yes,
you
yes,
could,
yes.
Like log into like XB Connect.
Yes.
That. Like we did that too back then.
Salute. But it's like I remember being in there and being in a room and hearing proximity chat in a game for the first time. And I was blown
Splinter
away.
Cell, when you get that hand around when you get that arm around that neck, and you get like 5 seconds to talk crap however you want. You know what I mean? Oh my God, the Splinter Cell was
the
it
Wild
too,
Wild
man.
West, and that was the best.
That was the
time in
best.
Xbox.
Spies versus Mercs. Yes. Talk that talk, man.
So
I
hey,
know I
yeah,
had
Halo
this
2
one
really set
dude-
it off.
This one dude grabbed my neck, and he said, "I know you like chicken and watermelon."
Yo!
What?
You had to
And
race
he killed me. Yo, I said, I'm gonna kill him.
Bro, that you want to talk about toxicity? This is before integrity rules are in place. You had that. You had them Call of Duty rooms and search and destroy at the post match.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, don't lose. Don't lose. Ghost Recon. Bro, you would hear all types of joint in them rooms.
They told me. He said, "You eat your fried rat with your crack."
Wow.
Because I was from New York. He's like, "I know you from New York.
Hey,
You be eating fried rat and smoking crack."
It was
I
so
said, "What?"
bad. Like, dude, like, because you now you're introduced to a whole gamer set from different regions, different accents, different countries.
Best
and
friends,
that's when the toxicity started to
I don't care. I don't care how you were. I mean, at the end of the day, it's who you exposed to, right?
True,
Now,
true.
if you're not exposed to a certain demographic of individuals, when you come across them, us as individuals, as humans, we try to destroy what we don't know, what we don't understand, right? And then you find out, oh, he don't break, he don't fold. I like him. And you always in his room, and you're like, why you in here?
You like the smoke, though. You were a different type
I
of
love
gamer.
the smoke.
You
I love
like the smoke.
I was in a room, and I don't know if they was from a certain group of people that was terrorizing other groups, but they accepted me, right? They accepted me into that group, and those were some of the best friends that I had, because I would call them like, "Yo, what you're playing right now? All right, let's all group up. Let's get together. Hey, man, King David coming through, man. This is my man, King David." And it's so dope that he was like, "I got a black friend." Like, and it meant something. It really did mean something to him. So it was just like Xbox was breaking barriers for me, because remember that one dude that was in Africa when we turned on our Xbox that day?
Yeah, I remember.
It was one person in Africa playing. I said, he must be rich as hell.
Yo, King, stop.
I'm just saying. It was just one. We saw everybody across the world, and it was just one box inside Africa. And I was like, wow, he must got wild bread. Like,
I can't with you.
But it was because everybody else was lit.
Yeah, no, for sure. Continue, man.
He's right though, man, because like, I remember like playing with people from around the world, my mind being blown.
Yes.
You know, like Halo against people from Japan.
Yes.
You know, Forza Motorsport with people from the UK. You know, all of that, and it was like, wow, this is like a bigger, you know, it kind of opened up your world, because you're actually having verbal communication with all of these people, right? And it was like, wow, like, this is pretty cool. And I always loved the social aspect of gaming, even when I was before playing single player games and stuff. But like, I always played like with my brother or my friend watching, you know, and or going to the arcade, and we'd talk about it, you know. So, or talk about, even just talking about the games that you just played is always like a social experience for me. So multiplayer gaming, when it came online like that, it just changed everything for me. You know, Halo 2 and Halo 2 is the first one that had like matchmaking, really like that. You know,
absolutely.
So you know, he's the guy that invented that, is head of Certain Affinity. Yeah. Right.
Yep.
Now they're, you know, making that new mode for Halo Infinite. So shout out to Max Hoberman.
Shout out to Max Hoberman. No, man, you're absolutely right, and I think that's what, you know, people don't realize, and there's a lot of people that don't understand why some people are in love, or ourselves are in love with the Xbox ecosystem. Is because if you are a person who likes co-op multiplayer games, if you like the social aspect of gaming, they pioneered the space, and everything you said was why I fell in love with the ecosystem. It was kind of like, oh wow, like I'm outside of my bubble for the first time. There's a whole world out there that I didn't even know about, and then you meet, and then the coolest thing is when you have the positive experience. And you like, yo, you add a person to your friends list for the first time. You like, yo, what's your game tag? You add them, and then that's your man. It's people that you become lifelong friends.
Pop up.
Yeah.
And then they invite you to the party.
Yes.
Yo, okay, is it just me? Time out.
Let's go.
Let's just talk amongst us friends.
Let's go.
Just us. Ain't nobody else.
Yes, no one's listening.
Do you feel a way when somebody pop online and they don't send you a party invite?
I was like, is there something wrong with me?
I'm like, I see them in the group with people. Man, send me a party invite.
What's going on?
That was the way it was back then, because you had like now it's like there's like 200 people online. It seems like
it's so many.
Like back then, you had like your group of friends, right? You had like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And shout out to all of them. I still have friends that I met playing Halo 2, like the first month
from way back.
That are my friends today, and like. We all have kids now. We're all married now.
Salute.
Like
no, it's dope.
Back then, we were just like 20-year-old losers that just like hung out at our mom's house. Like
before you go inside the room, there's no kids running around. You're just talking. Now you go inside the room and you be like, "Yeah, Tommy, go and get the dishes." My son's over there.
No, it's real, man. It's real. So yeah, you rock with that. I'm assuming then transition. You went into 360. I'm assuming
360, but I never lost my love for PlayStation.
Okay.
So like I ended up getting a PS2 again.
Oh, okay,
nice. Down the line when it was cheaper, and then I got a 360. One of the best consoles as far as games go ever. PS3. I got that as well. I paid the $1,900 it took to get one. It was like $700 or whatever.
It was real.
How much it was? I got that, but once that happened, PlayStation became a place to play specific games.
Yes.
Yeah.
For me, and Xbox is when I got home. That's what I turned on
first.
Right. And then even with the Xbox One generation, that was like really down. Like it was still my primary place to play.
Yeah,
because all my friends are there. Like I got this whole social thing going with everybody.
Of course.
Playing everything, and then this new game came out. I'm gonna go play it on the PlayStation. You play it, you're done with it, then you go back to the.
Gotcha. That was your primary.
That's kind of that's what's always kind of been for me since then.
No, I feel you. Man. I feel you, man.
Yeah, dude.
Tremendous.
Series X though, gonna be the best Xbox generation. I feel like I don't know. I think it's headed that way.
Look, it's got a tremendous potential. A lot of people are saying the same things, and the arc is good, and we just, like I said, what they're doing now is pretty impressive. And obviously we know the first party situation, but yeah, man, tremendous game history. We could talk on those stories for really long, but we got to get into the content creation aspect of what you do. So now you doing all this gaming, you got everything. So it's like, what inspired you now to say, okay, I want to get into content creation. I want to make a YouTube channel.
So I always wanted to do something like, it used to be sports. I used to want to do like sports radio or something like that. I don't really have the voice for that. You hear these guys like on the radio, they sound like Fonz.
Yes,
right?
Fonz, definitely.
They sound like that, and it's like, oh my God, But I always was a super geek into sports just as much as I am with gaming. Nice. But gaming's always been my number one passion, right? But whenever I'm in front of a camera or people I don't know, I would just shut down. Family and friends, I was always one way. In front of a camera, in front of people I don't know, I would shut down. So it was like I was afraid to take that step.
I feel you.
Like a lot of people, I've heard their stories. COVID happened. We less sports to watch, less shows to watch, less stuff to do.
A lot of people became gamers. Yeah.
I started watching YouTube, and I'd always been a fan of a lot of these podcasts, but like the only ones that were mainstream, like I'd been, like Unlocked and like Beyond, and Gamer Tag Radio, Easy
Legends.
Allies, and a lot. And I loved a lot of those shows. But I didn't discover, like I remember sitting in there and hanging out watching on YouTube and browsing videos because there was nothing else to do, right? and I discovered a couple different shows. I was like, well, these are guys just like regular people, and they actually got a decent audience. You know what I mean? So I was like, I'm just gonna play around with it and see if I can do something. I didn't really watch a lot of the shows, but it was a kind of a trigger to me that you don't have to work for like an IGN or one of these places, or have the 20-year history that, you know, Danny Pena and them have, you know, with podcasting. So I was like, I'm just gonna start a show. I had a video camera.
Yes.
And I had that was it. I had a video camera, and I had a little. I got a Blue Yeti.
Yeah, you had the Yeti. I saw it.
And I did I just did a one-man show starting out with. That's how Xbox Ultimate started. I just timed it with the clap, you know, to sync my audio and the video, right? With the editing and stuff. And I did like 15 episodes that way. And then I started watching more, getting involved with the community. Found out how amazing this community is with with everybody in the social realm, like you guys and you know, our RDX.
Salute.
You know, there's so many freaking great people out there, dude. And you'd be surprised how welcoming people are and how much they're willing to give you advice or tips. And I just kind of watch everybody. I'm like, okay. And I get more and more comfortable. All of a sudden, when you start getting people, you know, commenting or leaving feedback,
first comment,
it's no longer like strangers. It's no longer like a camera. It's family and friends.
Yes.
Again.
No, I want to.
So then that melts away.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, I want to give you flowers on that, because me and Attic always have this conversation. I always feel like, you know, because watching your start, it's one of those things where people don't realize, like we do this, and it's the Lord's, and it's us, and we're having fun. But like being by yourself and turning on a microphone and a camera by yourself and just running through a show is very difficult. Salute and rest in peace to Cal. He was one of those. You know, it's a skill set. Not everyone could do that. And then, like I said, you talked about, you know, your kind of reclusive nature. You kind of, you know, fall back. You wasn't that way in front of a microphone naturally. So that takes a lot. And then to get comfortable. Go ahead, Attic.
Not to mention, it's a skill that I do feel like everybody can get. But it's a skill that people have to feel comfortable to get. And I don't think there's a huge barrier. A lot of people don't want to go on the internet and talk to other people, much less go on the internet and talk by themselves.
And the camera on when he's doing this by himself. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing. Let's be real, you know, and no disrespect to anybody, but it's like, you know, there's a bit of a safety, right? King always gets us into that. Like, you know, people want to see your face. So I'm watching you and I'm like, yo, his first episode of Xbox Ultimate is him by himself in front of a camera with a Yeti talking topics. That's a skill set. Not everyone can do that. You know what I'm saying? And salute to you for sticking with it, man. That is definitely
I had to retake that. Like, it's the thing when you're doing you're like for yourself the first times, you know, you start, if you stumble, you're not live. It's awkward, you know, and I didn't know really how to edit too much back then. So I would literally be like 20 minutes into a show and be like, blah, 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 blah. Oh, dang it. Then like I'd go and like I'd redo it. You know, I would go and redo it. So like a 45-minute to an hour thing was what I was doing then. Would take me like 8 hours to try and do. And that's how it started it, man.
Good at it.
What I would do to help like with that, because I was trying the streaming thing, but I realized that streaming is different than podcasting. It takes some same principles, but it's different things with those. And like what I would do is I would just play games and just force my habit of just narrating what's in my mind and just interacting with the chat like that. That's what streaming's about. And a lot of people, when you go on there and you see like people not talking, like that's the perfect way to have someone in, like, what is those doors that's in big cities, the ones that rotate?
Revolving doors.
That's the perfect way to get people in that kind of thing. Like, so like for like a month straight, every time I would play something, I would get my mind in the habit of just like navigating and we're pretty much narrating everything that I'm doing. And what's funny is my brother came in. He's like, "What the hell are you doing?" I'm like, "Don't question it."
That's what you do to get ready. Well, continue, man. So you're rocking and rolling. You're getting into the community. People are taking to you. You're talking to people. So what goes on then?
I started getting asked occasionally to be a guest on some shows. Shout out to Gaming Beyond the Box. It was the first show
shout
they
out
asked
to
me to be a guest.
Wilmy.
I'd only done 3 episodes so far, right? But like people were just so cool, you know. They and if you go back and watch our first episode of Xbox Ultimate, it's not very good. You know, I tried my best, right?
Nah, you was holding it down. I was watching.
But about like 15 episodes in, people had started like asking, "Hey, are you ever gonna go live? You're gonna do this live, right?" And I was like, "Okay, I'm just I didn't have any experience doing live stuff. The only thing I'd done live was stream, and I had streamed for the main purpose at that time was trying to get content up on the channel.
Yes,
because I read somewhere that's like, hey, if you have a new channel, you need to get as much stuff up as possible.
Algorithm
so I was like, okay, well, I can't. I'm too lazy to sit here and make all these dang videos. So I tried making videos. It took too long. So I was like, I'm just gonna stream.
Me and
right?
you
So
hit. I feel you.
Hung out with people, and it was like, okay, I started getting comfortable with being live as well, right? That way. So I was like, okay, let's just do it. And I was like, I need if I'm doing live, I'm not gonna be by myself.
Right.
Like I gotta have somebody with me.
No
I was
doubt.
like, babe, hey, my lovely wife, you're gonna be my guest, because I didn't want to ask anybody. I didn't want to be shot down, right? So she came on, and that was our first live show. It was like episode 16, 17.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. No
and then
doubt.
just kind of built from there, man. Like
yeah, bro.
And now we're at episode 87. We just hit like on Friday.
Yeah, then you had Dirt on. I seen Gregory up in the building. You know what I'm saying recently. Look, man, we all got to start somewhere, and I like the journey. I like, you know, also the varieties. Not only one, you got a bunch of shows. You know, you got the Fun Pop, which is kind of like, I'm assuming like, you know, pop culture, what's going on, Marvel, DC. Probably got to get King on in that one. I could totally see him vibing, you know what I'm saying, with that. And then obviously, you know, PM to the PM, shout out to Lord Pong, Soul, you know what I mean? And then FSP. So tell me just real briefly, like, just the origin. I know you said you want to put more content on the channel. You didn't want to do videos, which I agree with, because I'm the same way. Like, I don't like doing videos that take too long. Yeah. But, like, what made you say, okay, now I'm going to do some kind of different podcasts, and what was the mindset behind each one?
Well, when I started the channel, like that's why I made the name Fun Speculation, because I wanted to leave it open-ended to be like a multiple interests, but mostly around the same realm, right? And that was kind of always the goal. At some point, I was going to do stuff that had to do with other interests, because it's like an outlet for me. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like an outlet, a fun thing, hobby. It's all about having fun, and so I always planned eventually about doing like a Marvel, DC, Star Wars type show, and then you know, it just took about meeting the right people, you know, and finally like, okay, let's try this thing. Right. So each thing was like a natural progression. I feel like it was never like months of planning. It was like, now's the time.
Gotcha.
To do this. So let's just do it. My wife is amazing with you know, graphic design. You talk about that? Art stuff, and so she makes all of our, you know, for the thumbnails for the shows. She makes all that stuff. She makes the overlays. She makes, you know, all this stuff for us, right? Wow. And it's like, hey, we're gonna do another show. It's gonna start in next week, you know. And she'll get it done, you know. But it took about meeting the right people. Like, we have an amazing group of people.
Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the panel. Come on. Shout them out.
Call them Fun Speculation fam. We got, you know, Psychonauts, call him Mellow Fellow, Pong Soul, the Encyclopedia of Gaming, dating back to the very first game ever created. Everybody knows Pong.
Shout out to Pong. He on every podcast. Shout out to Pong. Yeah. We got to get Pong in the room too.
Assassin Lupa, everybody's British mother, right? Happy Mother's Day, Lupa. Then you got, you know, 3-Bit.
Oh, I love 3-Bit.
Crazy talented, freaking insanely talented. I want to try and make sure I'm not forgetting it. We added Jasper on there, who's like, talk about skill level in gaming. That dude is insane.
Beast.
I mean, he will pour through games like crazy. He built Elden Ring in like a day.
Damn.
Like it's crazy, dude. I mean, it was. I mean, I'm exaggerating. Probably like 2 days.
But that's still beast. Days. That's still beast.
Yeah, I mean, he's insane. Yeah, we got Lady AF has been a part of our channel. Fuzzy Belvedere.
Oh, shout out to Fuzzy.
Yeah, I hope my wife Caitlin.
Of course, you better shout out to wife. You didn't go home.
Yeah, we just got.
Get that right, sir.
And we just got a great crew that just kind of became family. So, you know, Ultimate is a show where, like, you know, we have a larger panel and things can go left a little bit. You know, we have, you know, that's kind of what it evolved to from that one person show.
She put the heart emoji in the chat. You good. You remembered, and she put the heart emojis right in the chat. Shout out to Lady Caitlin of the Realm. Salute.
But yeah, man, it's just grew to all those amazing people, man.
Nah.
It's Key. Shout out to Gaming Key out there. He's kind of been on a hiatus, dude. But he was somebody that's like, streams, got great setup and everything, and he was hanging out in the chat early on when I was just like streaming to a few people, And,
he was one of them day ones from the beginning.
Yeah, but I've had the pleasure of meeting people like you, Cog, King
brother.
David, Addict here. We've had lots of guests and on multiple shows now, so it's kind of growing like how I and envisioned it originally. It's like kind of like a network for fun discussion, right? That's what it's all about.
Love the name, love what you're doing, tremendous work. You know what I'm saying? You guys are having fun. And it's just growing, man. It's good to see your journey go that way. I definitely want to shout out, as far as respecting the channel. And, like, I love the aspect. It's like you got this kind of, like, married power couple in gaming where it's kind of like engaged. Because let's be honest, that's rare. Like, a lot of relationships, and King can attest, is, they don't necessarily support the hardcore aspect. But to have, wifey engaged in it, you know what I'm saying? Like active. You talk about like designing thumbnails, doing that. I loved it. And I shout out to y'all. I watched your Take Two stream you guys did together. That was kind of funny.
Yeah.
I was seeing that, and how cool is it to kind of be part of like a gaming power couple? How's that feel?
Yeah, I mean it's crazy now. And she's like that started stepping more into like other stuff too now. She got like her TikTok going.
Yeah, TikTok popping.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
TikTok popping. There's all type of stuff going on. I'm like, damn.
Attic talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like lots. I mean, it's awesome to have somebody you can like go to, like, hey, you got any ideas, or we can. I do have an overlay, that I need, and she what I loved. She at first when she like was doing the podcast, she wasn't like, I don't really know any of this stuff. She plays games, right? But she didn't follow it like we do. You know what I mean? As far as like all the news and like what everything means, she just like puts the game in place, But what I love that she added to the show and the channel was she kept us all grounded, right? And then added that other aspect of like giving me crap all the time.
Yeah,
I almost slipped up.
I appreciate that was professional on the Lord's Day. We appreciate that.
It just gave me crap all the time, you know what I mean? And it's just natural, like it's how we are in real life, you know what I mean? Like we just what you see or what you get, what you hear. I mean, that's just how we are like every day, and it just kind of goes. I'm lucky that I have her to be a part of that, and also all the graphic design and all that kind of stuff because I'm not very good at that stuff,
Salute.
So, but she is. So
salute
appreciate you, babe. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day. Salute, Lady Caitlin in the realm. We seen her up in there. She go hard for that Fortnite. I see her trying to convince the whole panel, but salute.
Fortnite is what's up.
Yeah, she goes hard. And last thing I have personally for you. So, all right, we had our Niners Cowboy thing earlier, but I gotta ask you, Lord Mav, the name, is it strictly a Dallas Maverick thing?
It is. I can give you the origin of
Break it down.
Like, so Halo 2 days, originally back then, you remember Xbox had 3-month trial codes that came with the games,
yes,
right?
Sir.
So my original gamer tag was actually ground control because I played, ESPN NFL 2K5 like crazy, right? And I was ranked in the top. And then they reset the leaderboard.
Yeah, that was like the GOAT football game. Salute.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. Yeah. So when Halo 2 came out, like I made my gamer tag Maverick Slayer, right? And then every 3 months I'd have to change it because I got a new code. And back then there was no achievements or anything, so I didn't really care. Right? I kind of regret it now because I would love to see that 20.
Yeah. They had a number. Name. Yeah.
But like I. Basically, when I bought a game that came with the 3-month trial code, I just
whatever.
When it ran out, I just made a new gamer tag. So it was Maverick Slayer, then it was like Maverick Slayer 2, and then
that guy.
People
that
started
guy
calling
that
me.
pop up. It's me.
Yeah, you be like, yo, where you at? Y'all back? I got a new car.
Yeah, changed my name.
Yep, he was that dude. We know dudes like you. Continue.
100%, and like Maverick came from the Mavericks. I'm a huge Mavericks fan, like massive Mavericks fan. Slayer became Halo. Slayer, Team Slayer. So Maverick Slayer, and people started calling me Mav naturally over time. So all my friends started calling me Mav. So then instead of Maverick Slayer or whatever, I just changed it to like Mav 5, Mav 6, and then Mav 7 is when they stopped putting those dang codes in the box. So that's how it is. But it ended up working out because 7's like the number wore when I played baseball and stuff back in the day too, and basketball. So it kind of worked out. So I'm Mav 7.
No doubt. Okay, I got the official. That's what's up. That's what's up. And of course, the question we ask all in the realm. You're on the spot now. Top 5 video games or franchises of all time for Lord Maverick.
Halo, Splinter Cell,
First Splinter Cell. Let's go.
Final Fantasy, but Tactics.
Oh, Addict, do we approve? Tactics in the list.
Sorry, I got a lot of stuff going on.
Oh, that's cool, brother. That's cool. Tactics is in there. What else?
Man, now you're gonna get me like that. Now is where it gets interesting. Forza Motorsport.
Ooh.
Okay.
And then for the 5th one is okay. I'm gonna have to be real and say Call of Duty.
You know what? Respect. People be ashamed and they know damn well they were going hard. They be Call of Duty.
People be ashamed of Call of Duty.
Yeah, like well, it's
well, it is lately for sure.
Yeah, like for
I'm
the
talking about the all time.
For the hard, like if hardcore gamers tend to be ashamed to throw it in, but like
oh no. Soon as Activision was acquired, I was Call of Duty all day.
Here we go. I love it.
We outside.
I love it, man. So,
this last one is the only one I have not bought.
Okay.
Like I bought every single one.
I'm
like
waiting for it to come to Game Pass. You?
I just don't get I'm just sick of the like World War II.
Yeah, Fourscore.
But when it comes to Game Pass, though,
and I played that beta. I played the beta. I was excited to play the beta. I played that beta, and like this is not it. You know, this is a step back.
So, but Game Pass when it's free though, we'll be back.
I'll be playing the heck out of it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I want the whole catalog. Give me it all.
Done. Anyway, moving on. And final joint. Favorite console of all time and why?
I know.
I'm gonna surprise you guys though.
Uh-oh.
Probably because I'm gonna say the Xbox
television.
Series X.
Oh, you gonna say the Series X?
Series X.
Okay.
Break it down. Break it down.
Because man, I've never bought a console day one and had it improve everything I already own.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right?
Right? Like you go into I bought it, and then all of a sudden my games look better. They load up better. They the frame rate's better on a lot of them. They added the FPS boost and all this stuff. The back pad stuff. I went back and played so many like old games and beat some games that had just like didn't necessarily click as much for me before, but now they played in a new way. You know, so that plus all the just the Game Pass effect, dude. Like I've never been able to like have a console and play it and just know that there's a stream of games coming out to me that I already are going to have access to. And then also just be able to have that library stick with you. Even Xbox One, when we moved into Xbox One, they didn't add that back compat till later.
That is true. It wasn't initially.
Because that was a big Phil thing when he took over. He's like, we're going to try and figure this out, right? This is the first time I've ever bought a brand new generation and your whole library moved with you.
Good point.
Right.
Good point.
So that's why, man. Because I got 360 games on there. I got original Xbox games on there. I got Xbox One games on there. I got all these new games coming out all the time.
Who did that for you?
I was literally about to say it.
Here we go. Who did that for you?
Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer did that for you, sir.
It's changed the way I game too, right? Because like all these indie games and stuff that are coming out, I never necessarily would have played and tried those, but now I'm like loving them. You know, like
we're gonna act like Jason Ronald, his team.
Yeah, like Jason Ronald had nothing to do with it.
Listen, sir. When the Patriots go out and win a game, Tom Brady gets the praise, right?
So we're not gonna shout out the offensive line. We're not gonna shout out the wide receiver.
Listen, Tom Brady ain't the only person on the field. He's not the only person on the field. They got to hike the ball.
But is Tom the only one that got a ring?
It's a team.
Yes, it's a team, sir.
Yeah, it's a team sport. And it's a ring, and it goes out to the quarterback first.
We gotta give credit to Don Matrick for plummeting this so badly that they had to rebuild.
Yeah, shout out
if they didn't have to rebuild, then we wouldn't be getting what we're getting.
Yeah, I thought we was gonna get away. I thought we was gonna get away from a Don Matrick straight, but he still caught one. All right, moving on. Tremendous gaming history, brother. Love the stories. I love the trading stories. Those brought back a lot of memories.
Oh man.
Oh man, we can talk game with you all day. We still got some show. I'm assuming you still hanging out in the round, rocking with us. How we doing on time? You okay there, sir?
Dude, I got all of Sunday, man. Let's go 8 hour show. Let's
go.
do it.
We ain't doing 8.
No.
But we definitely going to do it. We ain't doing 8.
Oh no! I was just texting when we eat.
Don't give them any. Don't give the chat any ideals, man. They already get too many ideals.
Extend the show. Extend
the show. I know they get crazy with the super
Get
chat.
it on.
But salute, man. That was what's up. Tremendous. Since we got to get into it, though. Addict, you got the super chat. I got a couple of super chats queued up if you need.
I got them all.
All right, cool. Let's get the super chats going right quick. And then I'll do the poll.
Let me bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it up.
Bring it
All
up.
right, so we got. Oh my God! Stop going down. There we go.
Yeah, don't shake with a move.
We got a 16.
Don't ever hate that. Don't ever say that.
I mean,
Pause.
we got a 16-month message from Shrimp Kingdom. 13 months, but I've been here since before King's PS5 will have a card reader.
Oh my
Thanks
Lord.
for the entertainment. And Addict, don't mess up my milestone chat. You know what, man? I didn't, but I should have. If I'd have read that chat, I would have messed up your name on purpose. We got a 10 super chat from Moz Gaming. Nice to see Mav here. Super cool dude.
Oh, shout out to Mods Gaming. Salute.
We got a super chat by the Collector. What's the most runes you've lost in Elden Ring? 500K here. Thanks for the laughs. I've lost like 10 million before.
You said 500K. Listen, the other day I lost $2.5 million. I screamed like I lost real $2.5 million. And this dumbest thing is, I was fighting this stupid dragon. I said, I know where to go get my runes. Why the dude around the corner, normal sleepy-eyed dudes, slump me? I'm too strong to be getting slumped by the sleepy-eyed dude. And I got slumped by the rock because I thought I was too strong for him. No.
I think the most I've lost was like 10.5 million at one time.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And what's funny is at that time, I was just getting so many runes. I didn't even go back for them because you know what's worse when you lose runes in a boss room that you know you have to beat the boss to get.
Yep.
Yikes.
Back. That's when you Elon Musk in the pockets.
Hostile takeover. We got a $5 super chat from Drawn TJ. Hi, Lords. Hi, Mav. The best racing games that are now dead are Midnight Club, Project Gotham Racing, and Midnight Madness.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like a lot of the PlayStation games too.
Midnight Club's coming back though.
Hopefully. Then we got a $2 super chat from Forza Legends. GameCube Resident Evil 4 had to have it. God, I remember that. Wasn't that exclusive at first to the GameCube Resident Evil 4? That's a crazy exclusive because a lot of people consider that the best Resident Evil.
No, it was really good though. Oh, my man,
then we got
True Gamer said, "What's up, Mav? He likes that you on the show."
Oh, appreciate it, bro.
Then we got a $2 from Dubai. Just shy of 500 in the chat. Hit that like button. Then a $2 super chat from Suicide Kings. Shout out to the earlier days of gaming. Classic. And let me double check, make sure that we didn't get any wild. Huh?
What's that little black dot beeping at the bottom?
Okay, so we seem to be good.
All right, no doubt. Shout out to the Lord.
Black dot.
Slomo pulled up in the realm. How we doing, Slow? Just make sure you might check you good.
Yo, what up? What's up, y'all?
Crispy. Salute, Slow. So we got
What's
the
up,
poll.
fellas?
No doubt.
Hold on. I'm still putting in a request for his camera. I'm just.
Okay, yeah. That camera.
When you filing a
camera is
complaint?
I'm
hold on.
to the PC right now.
Hold on, people.
With GTA
People are
6.
coming. People are coming at me in the
GTA
chat.
6, I get that camera. We good.
Why they?
People are coming at me in the chat. They said, "You dudes is crazy walking around with more than 50,000 runes. As soon as I get that, I spend it." Here's the thing: once you're in the 150s or 200s, you can't buy a level with that much. You have to have a lot more than that. Like
it comes from you need like 1 million runes to upgrade. Yeah.
And after you have bought everything that you possibly need, there will be some times that like I will buy stuff just because I know it will go to my chest. Like the arrows that you get from I will literally buy like 2 million worth of that. because once you're on like all these higher new game pluses, you get crazy runes that you really realistically ain't using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I be going to people's room, but like, yo, drop me some cash. What you got on my drink, homie?
You stupid. Yo, you stupid. Moving on.
I'm crying in the car.
Let's get this poll, man. Last week's poll was on to end, and people have spoken with sources hinting at required 2-hour game trials by developers for the PS Plus premium service. Do you feel this is a pro-consumer move by Sony? The winner in a 3-way ILP poll with a dominating 88% of the vote. No, paywalling game demos and making mandatory requirements of devs is not a good look when Game Pass exists. Coming in at second place at only 6% of the vote. I don't care. I'm still trying to stack my PlayStation Plus subscription vouchers before the Spartacus feds come and get me. In last place at 5% of the vote was yes, the ability to try a demo for every game is just an additional feature to a service providing backup pat, cloud streaming, and discount value. Shout Go ahead, King. You ready to talk? How do you feel what the rel said?
It's on the premium tier. The premium tier allows you to play demos. What the hell? How is that premium? Like if somebody came to you and they said, okay, so if you buy the club package, you get ice cream. You get two hour demos on ice cream. You're like, what's that? And they come and they bring you a little scoop. You know how when you go inside Baskin Robbins and they give you that little pink scoop of ice cream? And you gotta fake the funk with that face. Delicious. That's a demo. You demo in that ice cream.
So we beta boy is we back with a beta boy tip again?
Oh man, it's absolutely disgusting. And I see the narratives, and you guys aren't complaining because you can't complain. You gotta take it. First of all, y'all didn't like streaming, but now y'all like streaming with demos. Y'all are out here capping for 2-hour demo.
Beta boys is outside. It is what it is. Anyway, move. Go ahead.
I do have something important I need to say.
Yes, please.
So I did have someone in my family pass away.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother.
He was actually the dude that introduced me to Battlefield. He was the dude that gave me the room to kill gamer tag.
Oh, that's how I met you, bro. That's how I know you is.
Unfortunately, he passed away. Substance abuse finally got to him. Oh my God. And I'm gonna put his GoFundMe now. If you guys, any of you out there that you feel extra generous, definitely help him out. I ain't seen him in years, so
what's his name? What's his name? Shout out the brother.
His name's Marty, man. Like he was a good dude. I guess it's just one of those things where it's like when you don't see someone for years, you don't really notice. Like it doesn't really hit you until it hits you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like I said, like I remember playing Battlefield 2 with him, and he came up with Room to Kill. And then what's funny is that went from Battlefield 2 on PC to Xbox, and then I had that name for like 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, bro, that's when we know you. That's what I know you.
And then I went from that to this Lord Ad with these numbers nonsense. It's just like I hated that because my dad introduced me to gaming, but I would say he impacted me
the most
besides my dad.
Absolutely, besides my dad. GoFundMe in the chat.
But rest in peace him. It's like I said, you guys can do anything on that GoFundMe. I'd appreciate it.
No doubt, man. I'm sorry for your loss, and that happened just now. I seen something happen and your mood changed, so I didn't know what was going on. I was going to talk to you after, but yeah, rest in peace to him and his family and everything, man. Because we got gaming brothers and sisters, people who influenced us into the game. So if you guys have anything in your heart to contribute, please do. And thank you, Adam, for bringing that to my attention. I had no idea. Gonna try to lighten the mood a little bit. We're gonna move on. We got a lot of topic. Well, actually, just 2 or 3 topics, not too much. But so we got EmbracerGroup, man. This is King's topic, but I'll set it up. And they made some acquisitions. You know what I'm saying? So let's first start with the acquisition piece. So it looks like 3 of SquareEnix development studios will be acquired by EmbracerGroup for a $300 million deal, as Embracer has announced in a press release. Shout out to PC Gamer. Phil Rogers, CEO of Square Enix and America and Europe, is quoted as saying, Embracer is the best kept secret in gaming, a massive decentralized collection of entrepreneurs whom we are thrilled to become a part of today. So the 3 studios are going to be CrystalDynamics, Eidos-Montréal, and Square Enix Montreal. Those CrystalDynamics working on the Tomb Raider using it in Region 5. Eidos-Montréal is responsible for Guardians of the Galaxy, and Square Enix Montreal were known for their mobile games and Hitman Go and so forth. And basically, these studios come from an extensive catalog, including Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Thief, Legacy of Kain. The press release notes state the acquisition also includes the continued sales and operation of the studio's more than 50 back catalog games. Now, King, I know this is your topic. You also wanted to talk about Marvel
At
Avengers.
least it's not PlayStation this week.
Yeah, I know. Normally he gets all the PlayStation
We'll
stuff.
double back and get to them. We ain't gonna let them off the hook.
So we got the Hayachi face. What's going on?
If it's okay with King, I would like to add like a second thing on this.
Yeah.
That it's heavily rumored right now, and it would make sense that Square Enix is proactively doing stuff to sell their company to PlayStation. So I would like to talk about that.
So yeah, so what? Yeah, King. Let's just get to it. It's your topic.
This is for those rumors.
Oh, we fraud alert now? Oh, okay.
This is for those rumors, and this is for all those fake insiders that was like, I'm telling you, the deal with Eidos is signed. Square, the Hitman. If you can look at the tea leaves, and you can see the tea leaves, and I'm gonna tell you all the CrystalDynamics is, because they came over, and they, this dude is working over there. You all got the Hayachi face.
Wait, King, are you implying that insiders had this wrong?
Yo, they have been exposed. Y'all have been exposed. Oh, because I got insiders, man. I got the DMs. They had told me they had seen the white sheets and Eidos, because the Hitman series, the next one is gonna be made by Microsoft. I love you guys. I love you so much. Y'all be thirsty so bad to make some content. This is nuts. Go for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny, King? When I hear a PlayStation insider speak, I go ask an Xbox insider, is he right?
But see, this was no PlayStation dudes.
He's coming for the community.
Xbox dudes talking about, Crystal D, they coming in. You remember all of this? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Microsoft is gonna acquire them. Yo, only thing I can say with this whole EmbracerGroup stuff is y'all out here looking at the wrong demons. I don't want Microsoft to acquire Activision. You want EmbracerGroup to get them? Y'all don't even know what EmbracerGroup is. That's here. Y'all dudes is like, who's this EmbracerGroup and why are they buying people? I wasn't even aware they were outside.
I didn't know them and THQ Nordic's the same.
Yeah,
company.
the same.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
They took some lumps, they went back in the bushes, took some steroids, and it came out a whole lot stronger than they went in the bushes with. And these dudes, THQ Nordic, y'all used to be a joke. Y'all used to see that label on the box and be like, that's a mediocre game. Y'all know that? THQ Nordic, y'all be like, I don't know. Later, when the 3D graphics started coming, when they was cartridges, they were boo-boo. But right now, all you fake insiders, all you I'm in the know guys, I picked this title because I had to listen to all y'all speculation talk. Now let the speculation talk.
We got somebody's name saying easy. That sounds like it's subliminal for the panel. Move on now. Too many double entendres.
Strays.
Those are strays at my bed.
I'm just saying. Y'all all seen it. Y'all all know it. It all smells funny. Stop trying to make content. See, this is when you try to make content and let it just happen. Now you can organically speculate.
Yes,
like
fun
I'm
speculation.
organically
We like
speculating that yeah, right. We have a fun speculation.
Fun. It's fun. No definite prediction.
That's all it's about, man.
That's what it's about.
With the fact that Activision, that deal is prohibiting Microsoft from making these moves. Because don't you think that move was more in line with a Microsoft thing? For those
I would agree.
I would agree.
Right? So I don't think they're able to acquire anything. Their hands is tied because the feds is in the truck going through their stuff right now, making sure they don't have nothing.
Checking
and
that
everybody
record.
on the highway is speeding past because they're not worrying about them. They already got their fish right now. And I told you, PlayStation dudes, y'all was laughing, ha 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 ha. Now they looking over at y'all too now.
All right, you talking about they looking at the feds looking at the Bungie deal?
We ain't gonna act like they ain't say, wait a second, man. Where they get that money from? Yo, check their books. We already know PlayStation broke. How they get that money to
broke?
cop these
Oh,
dudes? So this Embracer thing, the reason why they got sold, just real quick, and I want to get your thoughts on this. That IP from Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy was very costly, and they probably had a budget, and they probably had a forecast of at least 10 years because it was a games of a service game, like a Destiny. They said they lost 200 million.
200 million.
And it was the butt of the jokes at every earnings call every time they went there. So the writing was on the wall for the seal. Just like Addict said, they allowed CrystalDynamics to go and work on another
which was
title.
unheard of. We were
just
like,
to get them out the building.
yeah.
It's like they asked them to go work on another title, and the moment CrystalDynamics left, they just shut the door and locked.
Yeah, pretty much.
What was that joke?
That joke we had to go change the codes. Who these dudes?
I'm just saying, was it destined to be if Microsoft wasn't tied up with this? What's going on? Because I mean, I made joke and laugh at these insiders, and maybe they were on to something, right? Maybe they did have right information, like my man Jason Schreier had right information, but somebody gave it to him wrong and it went left. That's my man. But I'm just saying, maybe they had right information, and this Activision deal came in and messed up everything, and they couldn't acquire them.
No, let's hear it, man. Let's get up.
The biggest question I would have for you is, do you think that would you, as you, King, would you go back on wanting them to buy that if it meant they bought these other companies?
No, get Activision now.
Interesting. Let's get the speculative one himself first. What we thinking, man? When this news hit, EmbracerGroup, man, Embracer.
Yeah, I'm guilty of a lot of speculation.
He's like, that was for me. That was for me.
We love talking about this because that's also the era that we're in right now, right? Sure. This stuff is happening,
and that's literally our job as podcasters is speculate.
Right? Like that's 100%.
But there's a difference between speculating and saying, I know.
Saying that you know something.
Yeah, what's about to happen.
I'm not talking about them people. I don't know what they be drinking. Yeah, no, that's all I'm going to refer to.
How you going to them people, though?
You're going to come out there and say, everyone, Square Enix is being bought by Sony. And then when it doesn't happen, all we're going to do is point and laugh.
But the sad thing is that they have no shame. Because after they do that and everybody laughs at them, like 3 weeks later, they'll say something else in the same vein. As if no one already exposed them as being a liar. It's like, bro, come on, bro.
Yeah.
It's like they went through that phase where you're scared of rejection at first. But now since they're not scared of rejection, they just out there. They outside with that info. They saying everything they can.
You should never be afraid to fail, is the right way, right?
I'm done.
Because one day
I'm going to say
something that's going to end up being right.
Yeah, messy. Continue.
I mean, so for real though, like I don't think a lot of us knew exactly how handicapped Microsoft was going to be, right? Because there's like certain studios, like are they publishers? That was off the table, 100%.
Lord
the whole Ubisoft rumors out there, all that stuff.
I'm down for
hold on, I got to give my flowers to me. Cog said this. Continue.
Once Activision Blizzard thing happened, it's like, okay, well, like, can they pull off a studio, right? Because there's so many studios that have been kind of linked and tied to them, like now Certain Affinity. Like that's the most thing that makes the most sense for me because like they literally have been a support studio for so many IPs that Xbox is going to own now, including Halo. Right, they've already been a support studio for them for a really long time. And then also, they're working on another project supposedly for them. So with all of that stuff going on, it's like it makes sense. But then it's like you see this deal go through and it's like 300 million, and you
Yeah.
get the studios of a studio that's already working on a Xbox project, plus you get all that IP. You know, even just for the Tomb Raider IP alone, you know, you would think is like approaching somewhat around that level. Like, I don't know 100% how much those go for, but
Man,
the
that
300
was
million tag was crazy.
That was so low, man. I'm calling the bank too, man. Can I borrow $300 million? It's like this might be in my buying range.
I love how we all say only 300 money. Like we got it.
Exactly.
Like,
Yo, it's only
really?
300.
Right?
How come Microsoft ain't do that? It's only 3.
If I would have known it was going to be that much, I would have put that bit, right? You know, like
What's wrong with them? It's only 300. No.
I mean, we could have gotten some investors together. Let's go.
I mean, but we're looking at the bigger deals.
I
the
know,
3
I
billion
know,
and the 40 and the 60s.
Yeah. In comparison, it seems for the IP, because what usually drives the price up is the IP.
Yes.
And this came along with some pretty good IP. Not
Well,
you're not
apparently
getting a lot.
they bought
but-
some debt too, so we don't know how much
Right.
that debt
I
was.
think the debt was 100 million of debt, and it was 200. I think it was 100 million in debt. I think they split the debt.
What it seems like to me is they just bought the IP and they were willing to take on the load of the studio.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the studios were about like breaking even over the course of like the last several years. Like supposedly that the financials came out of like one was like 0.5% profit and the other one was like 10% or something like that. But
it's like one. I was gonna say it's like one of those things where they're looking at the contract and they forgot a zero, and the lawyers just sign it, just sign it.
But I just have a hard time thinking that Xbox maybe wouldn't have wanted to make this move just because they already have them working on one of their IPs, and if they are considering doing a sequel, this guarantees you with that ability of a team that's already familiar with the franchise. So that's where I was thinking that maybe they wanted to. Now this lets me know how handicapped they are, and it's not necessarily that they can't do it. It's just about I think the Activision Blizzard deal is just too big to risk it.
Y'all gonna love the poll question. Continue.
It's too big to risk it. Like, so if they do that, it's like, is it going to add fuel to the fire? Is the FTC going to use that in their in all of this like negotiation of like considerations and all that? So now I'm thinking all these other rumors that are out there, WB Games studios potentially being sold off. Like Microsoft, hands are tied potentially if they didn't go after Crystal D. Are they willing to make a move there? Then now the Ubisoft stuff's out there, and it's like, hey, I think that right now it's like the big dog is kind of preoccupied, and you're seeing a feasting from some of the other people, right? That's what's going on.
I see.
But I think, man, like what I would hate to see is certain studios that I think are a really good fit. Like,
give me an example.
Get like certain affinity.
Who would you, based on your theory, right? If you said Microsoft's preoccupied, right, and the deal, the structure, and the stakes of the deal, what would hurt you, Lord Mav, if Microsoft wasn't able to acquire during this period of trying to land Activision Blizzard?
NetherRealm.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you, bro.
Hear that, King.
Yeah.
Feel that, King.
Feel that, King.
It's just like these other guys. It's just like Eidos and Crystal D. I don't see no more Crystal D in the chat.
You're stupid. That was foul. You had to do it like that.
It's not even there. It's gone. It's like it never existed.
Messy.
Because if let's say Sony goes out and they're able to make a play for
they under watch I2 now.
They are, but that's a $3.6 billion watch as opposed to a 70, right?
Listen,
so,
if you got $1 and I got $1 million and we both spend our last right there, we spend it all. You spend your dollar, I spend my million. Who had more money?
I will agree on King
we
that
both spend our last.
They're probably being watched too, but not anywhere the degree that Microsoft's being
Let them
watched.
jump out the window and buy
I do feel like they could buy stuff and they could probably most likely get away with it. But like Microsoft's being watched by the FBI, the CIA, anything else with some initiatives, man.
Especially with Sony being a Japanese studio, and then if they acquire a studio that's not an American studio, then it's more than likely you're not going to see.
Yeah, because y'all ain't gonna say anything. Y'all not gonna. I'm gonna snitch. I'm gonna snitch. I'm calling the
Well, you
FTC.
gonna call the governor? I'm
calling the FTC. I'll be right on the phone. I'll be like, them dudes over there that made a purchase again, and they had just made a purchase of Bungie, and I want to know what could happen. Mr. Biden, sir, could you please get over?
Could you imagine if NetherRealm got acquired by Sony and they also got the exclusivity for Street Fighter and they got potentially Mortal Kombat?
So kids, telling like, so you ain't like, you ain't appreciate dudes who telling you was a
6ix9ine face. I'm outside.
That sounds like a fighting game Monopoly to me. I don't know.
You know what? Oh my god! Because King did that, someone's gonna rip that picture right there from King and put a 6ix9ine on your forehead.
Listen,
I don't
man.
care. They're gonna give me the color hair. They're gonna give me the 6ix9ine tattoo. 6ix9ine face. I'm snitching on you. You gonna get that back. Put that down.
It's okay. You didn't appreciate another base questioning and going to legislation about Activision Blizzard. You didn't appreciate that?
I'm a snitch too. You snitch on me. Hey, put that NetherRealms down. Put it down.
Yeah, but do y'all think they would move like? You think like WB Games would move them all together or like individually?
I don't care. I'm snitching everything. I'm snitching on the package.
I can see King right now.
Jesus.
Like imagine like a store and you got Sony, Microsoft just browse and you got Tencent over there and King just sitting there hiding behind the
I'm profiling Sony.
He's hiding behind the oodles and noodles line. He's hiding behind the oodles and noodles line with some magnifying glass. They pick up something and all you hear is a microphone. It says, "Put that down."
Hell, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna let Tencent steal. I'm gonna let EmbracerGroup steal. Everybody else stealing. I'm going right behind Sony. I'm profiling. What you got in the bag, sir?
You're like the Walmart grocery checker when
around
they
here,
come out.
sir.
Yeah, like Mav, he like the not cop guy, like the mall cop guy, like the guy that's not. Yeah.
The 80-year-old
Yeah.
guy that's at the front door, like that's the welcomer. You know, hi, welcome to Walmart.
Yes.
And then he's gonna do something when you leave. And you got
Yes.
King gonna be like, I'm gonna need. King gonna be like, and the receipt ain't gonna be good enough to go. Let me go in the back and verify
That's
this.
right.
Moving
Count
on.
your items. Pause.
So like we said, I hear where you're coming from, man. You're basically saying, you know what I mean? You just want to see if they're able to do something else, you know, besides like another rub, something like that, small or whatever. So let's get
I mean, it's a big deal, Activision Blizzard, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it goes far beyond just like Call of Duty. I mean, you got all these other aspects, and it's $70 billion deal. They can't risk losing it. And we see now, I believe, with this other deal that happened, how careful they're going to be not to mess that up.
Exactly,
right?
No doubt.
So I'm just wondering what else is going to happen in the meantime, because we got once the Activision Blizzard thing happened. I mean, you saw in the reports because they have to disclose all this stuff.
Yes,
that deal came together in like a month.
Yep.
Like from the first conversation till it was announced to the public, it was literally about like a month, maybe 6 weeks tops, right? So you see these other rumors start swirling, you know, from not just from like insiders or like gamers or whatever, but from like actual like Wall Street stuff, you know, Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, these different things, and when these rumors start swirling about this kind of stuff, usually, you know, stuff could move pretty quickly. So I think, you know, there could be some more moves while Xbox's hands are tied right now. You know,
we got to see how it plays out. Lord Slomo, backslap of the DPS podcast and the Scum podcast. How we doing, sir? What are we feeling, man? Embracers outside 300 milli. What's going on?
Hey, look, man, I want to know who their team is, their lawyers, because they got some great negotiating skills over there, man. 300 million. Look, Sony.
Let's be real here. That was extortion. That wasn't. We got dirt on you. You gonna sell what we want to sell.
It's like, don't it kind of seem like Square Enix was like, look, man, just get this off of us as quickly as possible. Like, I'm not, you know, let me put my speculation hat on.
Let's go.
Quick, okay?
Let's go.
I'm not saying Sony is in the building, but somebody is talking to Square Enix. Like, it seems to me they're trying to cut the fat, cut the non.
Hold on.
The stuff that's not profitable.
Somebody trying to lose some weight, get sexy for someone else.
Exactly. They're trying to get that somebody. You know,
they're getting some of that cog powder.
Powder, 20% off, y'all. Focus. Get that 20% off at advancedgg.com. Go hit the link at the top. Continue.
Snowfall out here, Carl. I'm gonna call you Snowfall, Carl.
I'm using that snowdrop engine. Powder.
but no, look, it does seem like that. Like, look, for the past 6 months, I've been watching Square Enix just like sneak diss their own studios. For months with like comments like maybe we chose the wrong developer to do a live service game. But I'm like, who says that about their own dev? Like, you say that privately. You don't say that in public to your investors.
The moment you say your wife can't cook, the relationship over.
Exactly. Like that could not have gone well, right? And then they talked about how we wish Guardians of the Galaxy would have sold better at launch. I'm like, well, you know what? We wish you would have marketed better at launch. How about that? Like, let's keep it a buck. Square Enix is a trash publisher. I mean, they make some good games, but when it comes to publishing,
mismanagement.
To be honest with you, they're kind of hit and miss even the games they make. So.
Facts.
Well, you're right, Slomo, too. Like, whose fault is it that those games didn't succeed? Is it the devs or is it the publisher? Like, you know, they gotta look at that.
Who was watching
you
them?
played that Avengers game. The first half of the game plays like a typical CrystalDynamics single player narrative driven strong story game, and then halfway through it just like somebody flipped a switch, and then all of a sudden now we got co-op. Now the story's all over the place. The whole initiative thing for in-game content,
I agree completely.
It's like Slomo. Someone told them this is the game we want, not the game you need to make.
Exactly. And now you see that, and you know what kind of developer they are, the quality that they made before, and then now you got them doing something that they don't do. This isn't like, say, where Respawn did Jedi Fallen Order, and then they went and built a whole new studio and hired people who made games like that before successfully to make that kind of game. This isn't like Playground Games making a whole second studio to do Fable. This is the same team that made Tomb Raider now trying to do something that they've never done. And we see how Sony out here would acquire Bungie to help teach their devs or other devs that's working under them how to make live service games. But Square Enix don't even do that. They're just like, yeah, you figure it out.
And
so all that happens, it fails, and they're like, that's their fault. Let's just get them out of here.
Your blame is solely on Square?
Not solely.
I mean, the parent, because the parent did tell the kid go get dressed in the room, and then when he went outside with his shoes on backwards, whose fault is it?
But King, it's like they not known for doing those type of games, and the question becomes like, who initiated it to be a live service? Because I agree with Slomo. Like when you play Marvel Avengers, it starts off like
it's a great story.
Yeah, like the story is fine, and then it just midway just transforms into something else. So it's like, whose fault is that? Because it almost feels like for the loss, for the L's that they're taking financially, to me it feels like the Western Division is the scapegoat for this. Like that's what it feels like. That's the optics they give. Do you agree, Slomo, or do you disagree?
No, I agree. I agree. This seems to be like a scapegoat for it. And then, like, look, Guardians was a single player game. They really captured the feel of the actual characters. The story was great, hilarious. I laughed.
That was a loss as well.
But that was a loss as well.
But that also failed because of Avengers. People still had that bad taste in their mouth as well. And also the way they showcased Guardians at E3 last year was horrible. Like they just showed 20 minutes of the same gameplay that we just saw with Avengers without 100% touching on the things that make Guardians special, right? They did not sell that game properly to us, and also because they screwed up with a very similar, like another Marvel game from another Square Enix Western dev, we're assuming it's going to be another failure. And it wasn't until the gamers actually got their hands on that game and the gamers started speaking up, hey, this is good, right?
I think it was mainly how they showed us to that game, because like the casual person, they're not going to know that this is made by another Square Enix studio. Like that marketing is so important, and even if you can waste a bunch of money, that's fine, but it's better to, if you're not going to go out there and spend millions upon millions upon millions on marketing, it's better the marketing you do to be effective and actually show your game in a good light. Like you can spend $500 million on bad marketing, it ain't going to do nothing. Or you could spend half of that on good marketing that's actually going to sell your game. And I feel like Square Enix has been looking for an out for this game for a while. I feel like they've been, it's like one of those things where like, maybe it's just the Eastern to Western thing. It's like, when you have Western studios working for an Eastern source, or the other way around, maybe they just didn't know how to appeal to a Western market. But then, like I mentioned earlier, like they're kind of hit and miss with their own games.
Right.
Final Fantasy 15 to a lot of people felt like it was disappointment. I ain't felt like they made a good Final Fantasy since 12. And that was an okay Final Fantasy, not a good.
Go back. I'll say they haven't had a good one since 9. Let's go.
Like 10 was good. 10 was good.
Wow. Okay, I don't care for 10, but no, seriously, like what you guys saying about Guardians is true, especially the marketing. I would say probably it's not bad, but the weakest part of Guardians is the combat. Everything else is so much greater and better that the combat you kind of go like it was not great, but it's not terrible. But how did they decide to market the game to us? The very first thing they showed was the combat. And then like a 7-minute unedited just tromp of half of a mission was just like, what is this? This is, especially coming off of, as Bav said, the disappointment of the Avengers, clearly allowed the audience just completely checked out from there. So when the game launches, turns out it's actually a really good game. There's nobody checking for it. It started to gather steam from word of mouth, but at that point it's too late. Again, this comes to Square Enix not really knowing how to manage things. We always hearing about how devs saying, man, I ain't got paid yet, man. And it's not about that. No. It's been other devs that have said similar things. It's just I'm not shocked. I'm actually happy for these developers to move on and potentially not, get ished on every time they drop a game. Hopefully the next Tomb Raider does really well. I want to see what Eidos-Montréal does, hopefully with a Deus Ex game soon in the future. But to touch on something the map said, I wouldn't completely rule out Microsoft never getting CrystalDynamics. Because again, this is a Embracer Group. They're not necessarily really a publisher like that. So if they can make a profit by acquiring CrystalDynamics off a massive discount, and then to Microsoft, this is more valuable to you than me.
I think there's a
time out.
I think there's a
pull that back.
Oh, what happened?
Pull that back.
Why the floor alert?
Listen. So I mean, this is just some fun speculation.
Okay. Okay.
Right? All right. So I'm just saying. I just want to back up to that point. So you think it's some shady, underhanded business? Like, listen, my man, cops is watching us right now. I want you to hold us back.
Oh my God!
Until I get back, and I hit you off with a little extra. Just go get that.
Let's go.
So they holding Crystal D.
So EmbracerGroup went in there and copped the stuff that they wanted and said, "Yo, when you finish with the feds,
wait.
I sell that back to you on double on the rehash. So wait, you can get Crystal D."
So Embracer is the new stash house? What are we doing?
Why not, man?
Yo, I'm just saying, how he said it is, he said that EmbracerGroup went over there and was like, I see the feds got you right now wrapped up. Don't even worry about that. I'm going to go over there and get that for you because I know you like that stuff. So I'm going to go pick that up for you. And when you finish off with your little bed over
then
here,
you come over here and buy this over.
Come back. Just hit me on the re-up. Just look out for the kid.
It's Embracer Holdings Group.
I agree.
Wow.
I agree with Slomo, not in the you holding the illegal stuff.
You ain't with that part.
It's kind of like that moment in the what's that game A Ways Out where they're searching the cell for contraband and you're giving the contraband to the dude beside you. Then when they search his cell, you give it to the other dude. Like I don't agree with that, but I do feel like there is a thing that if Perfect Dark comes out and it hits, I feel like it's going to be easier to go up to, EmbracerGroup and say, I'm going to give you $300 million for that one studio that you paid for all the studios. And I feel like there is a realm where that happens because if Perfect Dark does well and it makes Microsoft money, gives them a very good game, I feel like Microsoft will be willing to spend that kind of money on a studio.
And that's my point. After Microsoft come out of the Fed little lockup.
But you acting like there's some conspiracy going on. That's probably
the chat said King feels that EmbracerGroup is the Swedish stash house. And
no, wait. So listen, man. Are you hearing what I'm hearing? Because this is what I'm hearing. They trying to act like, no, it's organic. It'll happen. if these dudes do it right, yeah. Walk over there, pick the bag, be nice, Harry. See you later. Have a nice day. Bye. I did that for him. I put him on. I got him next.
But Embracer could be like, to Slomo's point though, it may not be necessarily as something as direct as that, but it could just be kind of seeing what's going on and being like, hey, we can get this for a really good deal right now, and later on we might be able to flip it.
Yo, hold on. I got to jump protocol. On Super Chat. Shout out to Joe Dunmore, follow on Super Chat. Microsoft brought Crystal D and they put it in their mama's name. Embraces.
Oh, man.
Yeah, just imagine Crystal D just announced this new Tomb Raider game, right? Like at the Unreal Showcase. That new Tomb Raider game comes out on Unreal Engine 5 and it blows up, right? Let's say they would do multi-plat, it's everywhere, and it becomes a huge success. At that point, how much is Crystal D and Tomb Raider worth?
Right.
Well, they may have just tripled their money.
I will say, let me jump in. This is hilarious. I will say the King's point as far as like, we don't know, because a lot of people are nervous once this deal went down. Like, what happens with Perfect Dark? What happens down the initiative? And we don't know contractually what's in place, right? They can have something to say, hey, a year, 2 years, a sequel or whatever. But it is interesting that, because clearly EmbracerGroup is unique in the sense that there's no platform, right? There's no service. They're just hoarding in a sense, right? Yep. And it's like, well, are they hoarding to flip it? Are they hoarding to eventually have? We don't know what the end game, so to speak, from Embracer. But we haven't heard anything super negative, like almost like a Tencent. We haven't heard any of that type of energy. So it is interesting to see what will happen with all these things they are acquiring. I
do think that if Microsoft, say like a year and a half, 2 years from now, ends up like acquiring CD from EmbracerGroup, they're going to get the Tomb Raider IP with it too. Because like if you think about in terms of like, if you're Microsoft, my portfolio, what do I provide that is like, say, a counter to my competition? You could present Tomb Raider as a counter to Uncharted. Like I have my own. Finally, cards just one.
Bro, I wanted CrystalDynamics for that.
When that day happened, me and you gonna do a show, and I'm gonna tell them how slow is the profit.
The day after the deal of Activision Blizzard gets announced,
then it's gonna come out.
There will be an announcement of CrystalDynamics now being sold to Xbox.
AKW said
name the Snowball backslash.
Here's the thing. I'll go ahead and go. I'm glad that this happened, to be honest with you, because I feel like Square Enix was never going to truly do anything with these Western studios. Yeah. I feel like for a while now, they've felt like they're a burden more than they're helping them. And it's like I said, they can barely hold their own house. And people in the chat was saying that that Final Fantasy VII was bad. No, I don't think the remake was bad. I mean, we're talking about everything else. And the past like 15, 20 years of their core studios making, the only hit I really feel like they truly have is Final Fantasy VII Remake. And that arguably, when I see Forspoken, I feel like that's another miss. I got to play the game, obviously, but it's just like nothing they've showed me is appealing to the world, nothing. So it's just like, when it comes down to it, they're clearly not in a bad place, but not in a good place at all.
Okay.
So I do think there's a good chance that, in the next 6 months to a year, once the Bungie thing's official, I feel like they sell to Sony. Like I really, it'd be crazy if they sell to Microsoft. We didn't know this is the whole time.
That would be crazy if Microsoft was in the cut with that one. That would be crazy.
And it's just like, I do think that there is a good chance that once Perfect Dark is finished, and if that's a good showing, and the game does well, I feel like at that point, Daryl Gallagher showed them we have a studio, and then he's probably gonna be able to leverage. The only reason we got this game is because of CrystalDynamics. We need them. Yeah. And I feel like they end up buying CrystalDynamics, and they end up merging them with the initiative. But the question is if they do that, what about Tomb Raider? Are they going to like rotate between Perfect Dark and Tomb Raider? Are they going to make a new game after Tomb Raider? I don't know. What would you guys want? Would you guys want them to continue the Tomb Raider thing, or maybe make another third person.
I mean, Tomb Raider is a IP that's well known. I think that's something that you should continue.
But they already got 3 games down. So I mean, we're going to, and that's after this 4th one. So that would be 4 games in the Tomb Raider bloodline from this remake. I feel like at that point,
this one's another reboot, right? Like this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another reboot. I don't know. Yeah. I personally feel like CrystalDynamics is one of the few companies that can make a Naughty Dog level game. It's just, I feel like they got to be properly funded.
Yeah, they got to one flow. That's why I was excited.
Yeah, they got to be properly funded and have that talent. And I honestly and truly feel like they can make that Last of Us type of game, but they got to make their own IP.
Yeah.
Because the only way that you truly make something like that is original ideals. And no Tomb Raider, you still got to go through a template. Right. You got to have Tomb Raider, Lara Croft. You got to do what she does. Like, I feel like if you give them the free reins to make their own,
they can make a hashtag just
you can get something on Last of Us level.
No, I feel you. I'm in agreement.
I mean, you know, they can still do all of that and just open multiple studios. You know, like we see.
But then we're seeing doubling down on a studio. Is Microsoft willing to be doing that? I don't know. Maybe if they double down,
like Playground has multiple studios.
And I get that, but they have what 10, 15 years of history with Microsoft to justify that kind of investment.
Hey, Undead Labs has opened the studio in New Orleans.
Okay, and they've worked with Microsoft since the arcade version, version of the original 360 version.
But do you need to have a history with
you kind
Microsoft?
Of do. I don't think Microsoft
to get
now
that
maybe
kind of leeway.
Maybe Daryl Gallagher could get the multiple teams, but I don't see Microsoft just openly buying someone and like, okay, here's another 500 million to make another team. Like, I feel like you're gonna have to dig into that. You're gonna have to work up to that.
Undead Labs hasn't exactly made Microsoft a ton of money, you know, before.
But they've been working with them since the 360. They had an exclusive State of Decay game on there. There was a lot of
neither of them have sold like blockbusters, so it's not like.
But they still know what's going on over there. This is a stupid argument anyway. Like, we really argue.
What if we argue about something that didn't even happen? Like, I'm like, where are we going with this?
About hypotheticals.
Yeah, hypotheticals. Anyway, let me get my balls off because I ain't talk. So, look, this was definitely surprising. I didn't see this one coming from Embracer. Salute to them. I will say I do see a lot of people upset. They bad. A lot of people very angry. You know what I'm saying, at Microsoft. How did they allow this to happen? And to me, it's like
Microsoft don't buy one studio, and how would Microsoft let this deal go?
Yeah, it's like, bro, like this.
I feel like if it was Microsoft though, that there would have been another zero added. Yeah. They know they could afford that. There would have been another zero added.
It's just, to me, like, this joint ain't baseball cards, fam. This ain't fantasy league football. Like, people, the mistake I feel gamers make is they sit there and they look at the IPs, right? And they be like, yo, that's hot, right? Like Tomb Raider. Let's be honest, we all love, Tomb Raider, Deus Ex. We see them IPs. You're like, yo, those are fire games. But people are not understanding the business. The business is, you look at it, and like what King is saying, if Marvel Avengers is bleeding money, if Guardians of the Galaxy, as great as it is bleeding money. See, gamers, we love to talk about other people's pocket. Yeah, they should do this, that. That's pocket watching. Like, that does not make money. That's not good business. So we got to stop with the pocket watching because it doesn't work like that. At the end of the day, I've always said this. Like, to me, when the Activision Blizzard thing happened, I'm going to be 100 with y'all. I'm not really in that ecosystem as a hardcore gamer anymore, right? So it didn't initially appeal to me as a hardcore gamer. But then when I sat back and I looked at it, I'm like, damn, Call of Duty is like the #1 selling, franchise. Then they get the mobile arm, right, with King. Then they get, the Blizzard and the PC stuff. Then you look at the big picture and you go, that is a smart move. And then, oh, by the way, y'all happen to having some sexual allegations and some problem. Oh,
that's right.
How unfortunate for you. Let me sweep in and help. like, let's be real. Like, Microsoft does things when it's to their advantage, when it makes business sense, if you kind of look at it. So to me, as much as I love CrystalDynamics and all these guys, like, you have to look at them objectively. They're not making money. Like, you could be inheriting a loss. And think about this: if it's 300, Sony ain't kicked. Other people ain't kicked the tires either.
Yeah.
Other people were like, oh, you know what I'm saying? So again, we gotta be careful because as gamers, we want what we want. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So that was the thing I did notice with the situation. I do feel like, you know, I'm happy Embracer got them in a sense, because let's be real, if you play in the Xbox ecosystem, what really has changed?
Nothing.
Right? You're still going to be able to play these games. You're still going to be able to do what you need to do. So it's just like, you know, and we historically, you know, they could still be Game Pass deals and stuff like that. We've seen them work with, you know, Embracer or sub-level. So that's just where I'm at. I'm more excited for Legacy of Kain. I hope they do something with that. That's one of my series that I do like. And yeah, we just got to see what happens. But I'm in total agreement with King. I've been telling people, yo, the block is hot. Everything from, as far as you're an Xbox fan and you care about what Microsoft is going to acquire, you know, if you're thinking big publisher, I just don't see. I would be shocked. You know what I'm saying? During this period, it is too hot. All attention's on the microscope is on them. They have to show an all hands on deck that deal goes through. And then if it goes through, yeah, maybe during this period, maybe you could sneak another realm. Maybe you can speak something on a smaller individual level, but on this big grandiose level, no. And I think there's gonna be a reality check for some other studios. I got you at it, that may get acquired during this period when people are like, yo, how Microsoft let that go through? Because they could be focused on that. Go ahead, Attic, I'll let you go, then we get about here.
I feel like certain things make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Some Warner Brother makes sense. Like, you know, Rocksteady, NetherRealm, that makes sense.
Right.
But CrystalDynamics is the only thing that makes sense for Microsoft. Like, I as far as all the Western studios, Square Enix, I'm sure they would be good for Microsoft.
Yeah.
But they don't make sense to risk a deal for Microsoft.
Bro, they bleeding money, $300 million out here, right?
If the Activision Blizzard thing wasn't a thing,
I agree.
Right? I feel like I can see 100%
Yes.
like how it would work, right? Like, it's just already working on a game, you know, like they don't want anything to do with you over at Square.
Right. Gallagher got the
And it's
relationships.
You don't got to break the bank for
Right.
it either, you know, apparently. Like,
Imagine if you just bought CrystalDynamics, how much all of it was if you just buy CrystalDynamics. Like, well, give me what you spend every year on food, and you can have
just getting that Tomb Raider IP alone, though, is huge.
I told people, man, look, block is hot. I told people when I saw that forward-facing statement from Microsoft about Call of Duty.
Yep.
I'm like, what is this? Oh, we're gonna put this on all platforms, and we're creating an ecosystem that I'm like, why you paint yourself as this whole in Switch and everyone's gonna be? I'm like,
That's right.
okay,
Name and name.
yeah. I'm like, okay, and
like,
we know historically when they buy, it's theirs. They were quick to let you know Starfield was theirs. The Bethesda is theirs.
Getting in on this.
Right. So this was different energy. And I'm like, why? And then I'm like, okay, with the legislation and the political grandstanding and people trying to make an example out of big tech, the block is hot. Y'all keep telling people.
I just hope at the end of the day, the bag is secured over there.
Yeah.
You know, they come out and they be able to go pick up their belongings from Embracer.
You know what's funny?
Hold on to this for me.
Oh
It's
my
like-
God. We got to hold on to that. If that happened, King and Slomo go crazy.
It's like
Yeah, we're gonna have a great
once
show.
this process started and Microsoft came out and they sent the engagement letter and it was accepted and they're going through the legal process. It's like everyone else was on the phone with each other. Yo, the Goliath can't do nothing. Like, yo, what up, Bungie? Well, the Microsoft tried to buy them last year. They get them on the line. We can't let this go through because people don't realize a company like Microsoft not bidding in open bids because they know they can't really do anything with it. I'm sure they're in there trying to see.
Right.
Like, but if Microsoft isn't a huge force you have to deal with, you can outbid a lot of other people because Google ain't really out in these streets like that anymore. Like ever since the Stadia thing went down a little bit, I'm sure they're in there, but they're not in there.
Yeah, I feel you.
Tencent has their own problems in China right now. They ain't really in there like they used to be. So it's really between Sony and the big publishers right now.
Yeah.
So it's just like, when you don't have
they ain't got money there.
imagine trying to outbid someone that you knew that there's no way you can outbid if they really wanted it.
Yeah, shout out to
If
everybody.
Microsoft really wants something, there's very few companies on this earth that can stop them from getting that company.
Yeah, if they really want.
And knowing that they can't come out there and just throw Sony, you want them? That's cute.
We gotta see.
Knowing that they can't do that, I feel like that's why you see the Bungies being bought right now. You see the Square Enix is selling right now because they know that most likely Microsoft's not going to pull up and knock on the door, and then the moment that other company opens, like Sony, Microsoft's at my door. Oh, it's like. Well, what'd he say?
No, we got to see. Shout out to Hogue Law. We had him on. He's in agreement, and he just said, he can't see any bigger type deal. He said possibly with a smaller deal. You know what I'm saying? But we got to see how this plays out. But we got to move on. These last two joints in there. Addy, you got super chats ready just in case, or should we fire up and then do them afterwards?
I'll get them real quick.
Real quick, let's get
them. Let me bring it up.
No doubt. Shout out to him.
So we got a $5 super chat from Looney Boy 221133.
Yeah.
Microsoft is going to buy EmbracerGroup down the road. They are a glorified holding company. They sitting on IPs, not producing anything. It's actually false. THQ Nordic actually does make games. Yeah. So, and if they're the same company, they are doing stuff. It's just
they had a lot of games at the Game Awards last year. Right? They had like 4 or 5 showings, I think. Like Arc Raiders is one of them too.
Oh yeah.
It's just the part that benefits Microsoft if once this Activision thing's going is EmbracerGroup. They're not really a publisher, so it'd be easier to acquire that because sure they will use CrystalDynamics, but they don't need CrystalDynamics. And I felt like Square Enix, even though that they were being kind of disrespectful to the Western studios, they needed them to a point. We got a $10 super chat from Sage, Sajutsu Sage.
Salute Sage.
Microsoft can buy Crystal and Eidos. I'll probably butcher that, but we're gonna move past that. Yeah. Eidos and those IPs from Embracer, if the offer is big enough, they have to consider all the offers to maximize value to investors. The thing is when Microsoft's not in the room bidding, obviously that price is going to come down. The price of the brick isn't expensive when the person buying it all isn't there.
Look at me. Look who pushing powder now. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Continue.
We got a member with a message saying Splendidorous. He said, "Hold on, King Boo Boo. Crystal D is still in the building until that perfect dart hit the street. We got our hands all in that bag. Talking about the future."
Wow. Okay. That's all he got to say. Moving on.
Got a fine super chat from Mr. Irishman. I'm probably gonna butcher this dude's name. Since Yosho Masusu, I don't know.
Yosuke Masuda.
There we go. Thank you,
man. Whatever he said. We'll go took over Squared. They went downhill. Yoko Taru put him in Nier Automata as a secret.
See, Yakabakaru said,
yo, I didn't know. Hold up. Did he put his ex-boss in the game as a secret boss?
I didn't know he did that. That's crazy.
A secret. Maybe he was trying to warn us.
Okay.
Then we got a 4 super chat from the Dawn, CJG. Where did Embracer's money all come from? Just selling games, or are they putting that P2? Are they pushing that?
Oh, they pushing that P2? Okay.
Now, Embracer is into other industries as well. So their investment groups of they're in different industries.
They're another Tencent. They're in everything.
What else we got?
Then we got a $5 super from Joe. Microsoft bought Crystal D and put it in that mama's name. EmbracerGroup.
That was fire super chat. Continue.
And then we got a $5 super from Lucius Augustus.
Yeah.
Embracer is hoarding the content for the upcoming content war. Embracer has all the AA games that fill up subscription services. That's money.
True.
He actually has a huge point there because I do agree that out of all the people, Embracer and THQ Nordic have those IPs that can easily be switched to a AAA product.
They also have Gearbox.
Yeah,
they had Gearbox last year.
Yeah,
and they have Deep Silver too, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
They have Deep Silver. They also have
Media,
the Darksiders franchise, and the Mercenaries franchise, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
they got a lot.
Your favorite IPs.
Continue.
Then they got a $5 super chat from Sujitsu Sage. Obsidian got multiple teams. Obsidian has worked with Microsoft for years.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to argue with Slomo. You win that, Slomo. You win.
Yeah.
We got a $2 super chat from Too Much Opinionated.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Too Opinionated. How about a Tomb Raider plus Indiana Jones spinoff? That would be lit. I ain't gonna lie. Tomb Raider plus
tight.
Indiana Jones.
That'd be fire. That'd be fire.
That'd be crazy, but apparently that game is like multi-plat.
I don't think they've ever come out officially confirmed that, but I don't know. Got a $5 super chat from Gaming Forte. No, hold up. We got JD Gamer before.
Yeah, JD before.
Got a $5 super chat from JD Gamer. I don't see Microsoft buying all of EmbracerGroup with its 14,000 employees, but Elios and CrystalDynamics will be coming home in just a couple years. Get all that. I could see them going after CrystalDynamics, but nothing else. $5 super chat from Gaming Forte. Happy Mother's Day to all the amazing moms of the panel. Shout out to Max for joining the realm.
So we all moms.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mav for joining the realm. Who is that guy? Slomo. And as always, hey King Boo Boo.
Hey, there you go.
And then we got a $2 super chat from Ham Solo Gaming. What do you guys think of all this buying will slow down? When do you think all this buying will slow down?
When the money run out.
Yeah, never. Because there's certain people like, look, the money ain't never gonna stop flowing.
When you stop throwing dollars in the club, when the money run out.
King, this slowing down will stop for some companies.
Oh my God! Moving on. You got Donataku and Irishman said you missed his second super chat. That's what Irishman said. But
I missed the second.
You look for Irishman, I got Donataku. Remember, for 12 months, Embracer going to drop that subscription service soon, and they're going to have games. So dropping every month with how many studios and IP they got.
Nobody buying no app called Embracer app. That sounds like a dating app.
Who said I missed
Mr. Irishman? Mr. Irishman.
Okay, so yeah. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Irish with the 5 super chat. I don't want to see Sony buy Square. Anything other than Final Fantasy would not get made under Sony. Nier and Dragon Quest would not get greenlit under them. I think they would greenlit both of those. Look. Sony does. I feel like Sony has went away a little bit from its Japanese roots, but they still love that area. I just don't feel like they see it's lucrative as like the Western audience when it comes to something like Naughty Dog, the games that they make, the God of Wars. But I don't think they would just say no. Like Dragon Quest has been exclusive to PlayStation for a long time. Like I do think now, as far as like Triangle Strategy, Octopath Traveler, that stuff might get cut.
I don't know. I don't know if
that's the good stuff.
I don't know if Sony acquires Square Enix, if they wouldn't treat it the way Microsoft treats or Xbox treats Bethesda, where ZeniMax Media still publishes itself. Like they still do their own thing. They just where it goes is determined by Xbox. Like you're not putting those games over there or anywhere else. But how you decide to make your games and publish and market it, that's still all on you.
Yeah.
I think that Sony probably would do the same thing with Square, considering that even though they're the level of quality ain't where Sony is when it comes to
Square for the streets.
Moving
That's
on.
right, Slow. You on to something. Since Jim is in town, everybody get to be purchased and still do what they've been doing.
You're ridiculous. Anyway, moving on. We gotta go because if we take it too long, we gotta get this popping with this topic. Attic, I'll set you up. Furi is in the news. So shout out to Bakers, Dev. They announced surprise new DLC drop for intense action game Furi, and they said this was actually 6 years after the first game release. But the bad news is that it's set to come to every platform except Xbox later this month. Then they took to Twitter. They cited that they're a small indie team and as far as limited resources, and they actually said that the game never captured a lot of attention on Xbox. So the first statement looks like it says, "We've heard all of you who play Furi on Xbox, and we understand your frustration. We're a small indie team, and we couldn't find the time and budget to make that port. Furi never captured a lot of attention on Xbox, and unfortunately, we had to prioritize platforms. We hope to be developing for Xbox again in the future. Thank you for supporting our game." So, this was a bit of a controversy. A lot of Xbox fans were upset. So, Addict, you had a lot to say. What's your topic, man? Where you at with
I had
this?
a lot to say.
Let's go.
I'm gonna let Slomo go first because he's the only person I know disagrees with me.
I'm gonna say I think it's a bit of an overreaction.
Okay,
on this one.
Let's get it.
I do think that the Game Bakers is the dev. They're a like 17 developer studio. I'll use this example for another studio that I thought made a mistake in releasing some content on all platforms, and that's Night School Studio. Night School Studio made Oxenfree, and they also made After Party. When they made Oxenfree, which was, I think, a superior game, but also a game that performed great at launch. It launched initially on PC, then it came out on consoles later on, and I think it eventually hit Switch at some point later on. That was like a 12 dev studio that did that.
Right.
When they came out with After Party, launched on all platforms all at once, game is not a demanding game whatsoever, but it was a buggy mess at launch. I think when you are a small studio, you don't really have the ability or the leeway or maybe the bandwidth that some of these bigger studios have to release on all platforms all at once and have the actual content that players want to play be up to snuff as far as the quality goes right away. Again, they said it didn't sell that great on Xbox. Who knows what the actual sales numbers were? But they also didn't close the door when it eventually coming out on Xbox. So I kind of feel like I understand the frustration, especially if you played on Xbox, you enjoyed the game. I tried it out this week on PC. It's a pretty awesome game. I enjoy it. But the difference here is that when that DLC comes out, I'm gonna be able to play it immediately versus someone on Xbox who, if you only have an Xbox, I get it, right? Yeah. But if you have multiple platforms and you see it's a small dev, I don't see a problem just buying the game on a different platform and enjoying that DLC if that's what you really want to do. Because if that game is really that good, what's it worth to you?
Controversy.
Get it on PC. Get it on PlayStation. $20.
Okay. Let's go be a good one. Lord Mav, man, where are you at with it? Or Addict's gonna jump in his own topic at the end.
No, I'll go first.
Okay. Continue, Addict.
No, Matt, go. I'll go.
Oh,
last.
you gonna go last? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant you gonna go first. Okay, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a huge deal. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's something that kind of got blown out of proportion. I get like why, if you are one of the few people that bought it, why you would be like a little like, oh, man, I wanted that. I already invested in the game. Right. But at the same time, it's like these small indie teams, you got to cut them some slack sometimes. You know what I mean? It's not like they're this huge publisher. Now, if this was like Square or one of these other big publishers or that did something like this, we're going.
And Square would absolutely would be messy like this.
Yeah, do that. One thing I want to say about Square too, like if you're going to complain about sales on all your games, stop doing timed or console exclusives.
Right.
I'm just saying you're cutting your audience in half anyway. But as far as a game like this, it's just a small indie team. I don't really personally care. Just to tell you the truth, I mean, I never played the game. I had no interest in the DLC whatsoever. If somebody is upset about it, hey,
that's
like Slomo said, go check it out on a different platform. Maybe I don't know, but like I do. What I find most interesting about it though is like the fact that they actually came out and said we didn't have any success on Xbox, right? That kind of like jumped out, and I think that's like also being ran with from the opposite side, where people are saying like, oh, it's because it's not in Game Pass. If a game's not in Game Pass on Xbox, it doesn't succeed, and all this kind of crap, right? So just sometimes some games click better with certain platforms, and that happens on Xbox more with a lot of times on these like co-op multiplayer style games.
DLC, they give a 2-hour demo.
Oh yeah. But sometimes it happens on Xbox and it doesn't click on PlayStation. Sometimes it happens on the opposite side, right? So it's just yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I don't think it's a huge deal, and I think shout out to the people that are excited for the DLC that have it on PlayStation, PC, or whatever. I'm sure you're gonna get a fun time.
No doubt. Lord King, where are we at with the Furi DLC skipping Xbox?
6 years late, and you're worried about Halo Infinite? These dudes is 6 years late to the party with the first DLC. And then they said, yo, it didn't sell right over there. If you outraged, you should have purchased, baby. So obviously you didn't purchase, so why are you outraged? And for you dudes that did purchase, you should encourage your friends to purchase too. Because right now, you got the sad Hayachi face.
Wow.
And you like, oh man, that DLC ain't coming. Well, pony up that $500 and get that PlayStation. Then you got to buy the game. And then you got to get in there. Or you can do Steam. See, this is what happens when you expand your ecosystem and stop playing on the cheap. Stop playing on the cheap.
Facts.
All right?
Speak on it. Speak on it.
They want a game on the slide. You know, you see these dudes, they only got a PlayStation 4 because it was $100 cheaper, or they got a little man right now because he's $200 cheaper.
This is coming from the dude that won't buy anything.
Yes,
play anything that's not in Game Pass.
That's wait,
time out. Elden Ring is in Game Pass. That's all I play.
That was like
right
the
now.
first we've heard in years.
I'm taking your whatchamacallit right now. I just picked up what was that?
What? That's not Game Pass.
It was a launch game for the Xbox.
Yeah, that.
Whatever.
Ironically, don't know the name.
No.
I
brought it for my kid. But see, I buy so much stuff and I leave it there. And this is the problem. So don't worry about my pockets, worry about yours. But I say this to say,
but you're worried about other people's pockets.
No, I'm not worried about their pockets. I'm not worried about their pockets. I'm worried about them whining into my Twitter. So this is because I saw this. I'm like, 6 years, and you outraged now? Like, like that's like waiting for your food for 2 hours and then you're upset.
Explain to me the 6 years part because I'm confused by that.
How long it took for the DLC to come out? I guess when did the game release?
The DLC
I think
coming out.
It's been out for 6 years and people still didn't buy the game.
Right.
Oh, wait a second. You said the DLC ain't out yet?
No,
it
the game came out in 2016.
So
Wait.
Did you think the DLC came out 6 years ago?
No. I said the DLC is coming out now. Right. The game launched in 2016, yes?
Yes.
That's 6 years, yes?
Yes.
That is correct.
If you're standing waiting for your Uber for 2 hours, you going to get upset at the 2 hour mark? Or you going to get upset when he's late 15 minutes?
What happens if I pay for the Uber and it still ain't here?
Oh, that's your problem. You should get your refund back.
And that's what I told people on Twitter to do.
This is
hold up.
Years.
When you paid for Furi, you paid for the game. Did you know there was DLC coming when you paid for that?
That's my point.
All right.
Okay,
you got your
I'm going to jump in. If King is finished, I'll jump in.
I'm not finished yet because you got a complete experience. And they decided to release DLC. If your block ain't hot, I'm not going over there to work over there. Why should I go over there on your block? Your block is trash. I'm going to go over here where PlayStation get it popping, and they buying games over here, right? This is what they saying. They're saying Switch is buying games. They're saying PlayStation is buying games. And it's not cost effective for us to risk making DLC for a platform that didn't support the game 6 years ago when it came out.
Facts.
And they did just go into their demographic where the money is.
Right.
I see that, and it makes sense to me.
I'm going to jump in. I'm going to surprise y'all. I'm a little bit with addict on this one.
Right? No
I'm a little bit because this is where I'm at. You guys are absolutely correct from a pure business standpoint, right? You're absolutely right. Gamer, get my feelings out of it. Right? If you look at all the platforms and you say, yo, we got the numbers in front of us, Xbox numbers wasn't it or whatever. I think where I struggle with it is just that the optics from the fact that if you're a small team, right? And you say they sold the least, whatever, but you're still making it on PC. You're still making it on Switch. So I struggle with the small T part with this. Like, if they'd have been like, yo, the DLC is coming to PlayStation.
They buying the whole block.
Yeah, like how you got enough time? Again, I don't want to pocket watch resources, but how you got enough time to still do these other platforms, but you can't? It just the optics.
It sounds like a choice.
Yes, it's just
it is a choice.
It is a choice, and I respect them to Mav's point. And that's why I'm not going to go hard. Is that they did say, yo, the numbers over there wasn't what it was, right? So normally you don't get that. And I respect that. I respect that you said the numbers wasn't what it was. The reason why I'm empathetic to act on this, because part of me is like, well, if the numbers were on PlayStation or whoever's the number one, and you're the small team with limited resources, how you got time to do these other dev kits then?
Yeah. Well, there's two things, right?
Yeah.
So like it was on PS Plus.
Yes,
at some point.
that helped
So
tremendously.
they probably got a bag from Sony.
Okay, hold on, stop right there. Stop right there. And I love that you said that, because that's where I want to go on my second point, because I see a lot of this narrative. This is why you got to buy games, people. This is why subscription services are bad. But that game benefited from being in the subscription platform where the lead joint is, where the lead numbers are. So we can't have it both ways with this. Oh, it's evil for
last gen too.
Exactly, where it's evil for the industry. So again, and then the other thing is, this game came out before Game Pass existed.
Yeah.
So
Like, you got to think about 2016 when it came out. Like, that was the lowest of lows for Xbox, right? That was like,
thank you. That's all.
And people still didn't buy it. Look, you had nothing else to play. Fury,
Stop being messy, Slow. Don't you do that, Slow. Don't you do?
We're playing Madden. We're playing Call of Duty. Come on,
Don't do that, Slow. But I do understand the point, and that's all I wanted to say. We got to be. I'm seeing a narrative that this is wrong. This is why if you don't buy the games, and this is why. Not that you don't buy the games. Excuse me. Sales do matter, but this is why subscription services are evil, y'all. See, this joint came out before the joint existed, and benefited from being in a subscription service over there. Yeah. So that's all I'm judging.
I did also want to add, I think, and shout out to Agent Deli that was on Scumcast with us yesterday, because we were having this discussion and Deli found the numbers. The game Furi sold a total of 700K, and 40% of that was on Steam. So it did have a nice audience on Steam, which makes sense why on Steam you're going to put that out there.
We had the Nintendo numbers,
which is I don't know about the Nintendo numbers, but the Switch is like hot in the streets for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
So if I were guessing,
well, let me hear these numbers.
They don't have numbers for individual stuff. They got a
I just want to hear what
number for all of them.
No, I just want to hear what the stuff that Slomo's guest was talking about in reference to the breakdown. Continue.
Yeah. He's the one who was like, it was 700K total sales, 40% on Steam. I don't know about Switch because it came out December 2021. I mean, sorry, 2016, which is like not too long before the Switch. The Switch came out in 2017, right? Right. So like, I don't know if it must have came out on Switch at some point before now, and it probably did a decent amount of sales. But all that said, look, if on Xbox, it didn't sell great. Again, they didn't close the door on the DLC ever coming out on Xbox, right?
True, that is true. That is true. They didn't close it.
So I mean, it could still be a possibility, just that it had to be a lower priority depending upon,
Okay. And my last point. I feel what you say. My last point for everyone. I get on a game level, but on a DLC level, it's kind of hard to be like, yo, you started this game on one platform. Now I gotta go buy it on the other platform, start it from the beginning, then get the DLC. From a game standpoint, it do feel a little weird, but I get it. Addict, you've been patient. I know you're ready to go, so I'm gonna let you go.
First thing I want to address is this money issue. So I guess the money wasn't hitting it 6 years ago, but 2 years ago they had no problem releasing Haven on Xbox. So you mean to tell me that, okay, we didn't make much from Furi. So I would feel like if you didn't like the money sales on that, you wouldn't release anything else
so
anymore.
So you say why you back over here?
But didn't Haven launch a Game Pass?
Okay, you may. But here's the thing. But that's not a full game. That's not a full game. Look, I don't want to hear this. Oh, buying on another platform. I gave them money in 2016, and I expect to have access to anything on that game going forward. Don't sit here and come to me, this whatever the studio, because I'm
goods work, Addict.
Okay, what? Say that again.
That is not how goods work.
So name me. Hold up.
Here we go.
Name me other game.
It was $20. You got a full game. They didn't give you a part of a game, right? They give you a full game that you.
It's not like The Last of Us, right?
Yeah,
it's not like factions.
Mav.
I'm sorry.
Slomo,
I love it.
It's not like a Telltale game. It's not like a Telltale game that has episodes and you paid for the first episode and they was like, yeah, we done. We ain't giving you 2 through 5. Like, what? Like, nah, fam. You gotta give me the rest of the story.
They gave, first off, this is a free update. Second off, they have a PlayStation 5 upgrade that doesn't seem to be coming to Xbox. I didn't see that.
Wait, this free?
That's a free.
Wait, I didn't know that.
It's a free update.
Oh
It's
no,
free,
I gotta
yeah.
side with Addict on this.
Worse. No, this
No,
is just
this
petty.
is bull.
That
This is
that
bullshit.
that is-
Language.
But this is
Wait, wait, hold on. Let's get confirmation. This is free?
yes,
Yeah,
it's a free
free.
update. with
That's
free
right, Daddy.
DLC.
no.
Now let's be mad. Now let's be mad. We all.
This makes
I want
no
free.
sense.
I like free. When
Oh,
y'all
you
talk about
invested
money,
now.
I ain't
Now
like
you
that
invested
money
when
part.
Addict said
When
this.
y'all talk about free, I'm down for the free. Now I got
You got
Hayachi.
your
free.
Hayachi
This
face.
is my issue with it. If it was just for their size, then okay, I get it. You can't
No.
do it, but why Haven come out for the console? It's because they got that money. I get that. That's cute.
Why
But
they brought up
this
money
is
and
the
they
thing.
giving it for free?
6 years ago, you put a game on a platform and I invested and gave you money. You can't just 6 years later be like, oh, I know that, we put this on here. We're gonna pull it.
The
We're not
story
gonna-
continues on the other
No,
platform.
wait a second.
I wanna hear
What
no-
the
They're
hell?
not pulling it.
What
They're
the
not removing
hell?
access
hold
from
on,
the
right.
game.
They're not pulling
No,
access.
no, I'm talking about the DLC in the update.
Yeah.
What the
Yes,
hell?
It's a free
does-
DLC. So this is going to people who
So
already
everybody
bought
getting
the
this
game,
for free,
right?
and I don't even
Yeah,
get
but
it.
this is
Is
what
that
I'm
what
saying.
you saying?
This is what I'm
only
saying.
500 people on Xbox bought
But
the
it's
game.
free though,
But now you're just
Slow.
throwing numbers out there. I got you.
Still
They
work
not
that
even
got
profiting
put
off
in.
this. Why they talking about money?
Now I'm pissed off because what the hell do you bring up sales numbers for and you out here giving out free cookies? Yeah, I want the cookies too. Hey now. And I don't care if you come late with the cookies. If free cookies, I want my cookies too.
And they
This
said,
is
nah,
the
y'all
part.
dudes are O
Here's
Block.
my
O
issue.
Block don't get
Oh.
no cookies.
If you look
Xbox
back
don't
through,
get no
hold
cookies.
Hold up.
Yeah.
If you look back through the history of this podcast, you have never come at me and complained about exclusive DLC. I've went out and bought the Final Fantasy VII remakes. I've went out and bought everything else
Went
on
to the other
PlayStation.
platform.
I played stuff on Steam. I went out and bought stuff
Wolf
on Nintendo. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is you initially did a game on a platform.
That's right.
And then 6 years later, you come out there and say, I know we took your $20. We get everybody stuff but you. That's my
right.
issue. This isn't some regular game that's going on. This is a DLC that they already took my money. 6 years
Hashtag give me
ago.
my DLC.
So if we
don't
can
you
get
start
these
the movement.
500
It
people
is
together
Change.org.
and they can raise a lot of
See, you
help.
guys sit here throwing out
We
this
need to
stuff.
go to change.org.
Change.org.
Our money.
Full value
Hey,
of the
Yeah,
game.
let's slow go.
They gave you full value of the game when you bought it at launch.
Okay, Slomo, hold on.
Let's slow finish. Let's slow finish.
At no
Let's slow
point
finish.
did you know there was a DLC coming for this game back in 2016?
But now I know.
Nah, we
Okay,
don't.
so Slomo. Let me ask you a question. When this DLC and this expansion, whatever the hell you want to call this, comes out, is my $20 investment more than the PS5 investment? Is it equal
That's
to
what
the
I'm
PS5
saying.
investment?
Why,
Does it even?
why they money worth
Is,
more than
no,
mine?
Slomo, answer my question. Does my
King's on
$20 hit the
flip
same
side.
as the PS5's $20?
King flipped.
It is not the same.
Then
No, it's
why
not.
are you capping for this company?
I am
Bing
not
bong.
capping for this company. What I'm telling
Let's slow
you,
finish.
What I'm telling you is that you cannot expect a company to support something when they're on the platform. They're wasting their time in doing so, and you
It's
may
free.
feel bad. It's not the work they put in for their.
Apparently,
their
it's
staff
free
and
on the
what they
PlayStation.
get
PlayStation. On
paid?
Steam, you have to pay for it. It's
How
free
they
on the
get paid, though?
PlayStation.
Okay, so Steam they gotta pay some cash.
know.
PlayStation get it for free. How about Nintendo? Nintendo got this game?
Nintendo does have the game.
Yes.
I
All
don't
right, so
know what the
Nintendo
number
getting it for free? I want what Nintendo's eating.
Here's my issue. It would be different if this studio came out and this studio was new. This studio that made a first game,
Right.
or something related to that. This studio literally came out and said, "Yo, Slomo, you getting this on Steam? We got you. Yo, BitCloud, you get on this PlayStation 5. We got you. Oh, Addict, you're gonna have to go out the back door. Don't let the media see, okay? We don't want no media right now. I know we took your money. We got you officially. Maybe.
Maybe.
But you're going to have to go out the back door. Like, no.
And
You can't sit here and tell me.
Call this DLC an appreciation for those.
Yo, oh, come
You can't come out here and tell me.
You giving out teacher's pet? You giving out the apple?
All right. All right.
No.
You did the most
Listen. A company cannot
Yo, that
come
was
out there.
super messy. I love it.
If a company came out there and they said, yo, we only had enough money to do X and X amount, we can only get the PlayStation 5 DLC. We'll do the rest later.
But isn't the PlayStation 5 and the
No,
Xbox in Slomo's defense, they didn't, even though we were
There's
upset.
no defending what he said.
Hold on, killer. What I'm just saying is, in his defense, they didn't rule it out completely. They didn't say it's
so I'm supposed
never.
to get my burger 6 months later. It's cold, it's soggy. No, we ain't doing that.
It's free.
You took my money 6 months ago.
You don't get to
You're
complain
sitting there
about
coming
free.
out on Twitter. Hold up. You coming out on Twitter and you say, we had enough money to give everybody something. But Xbox, you guys have to leave the party. We don't like you. We don't respect your money. Your money ain't good here.
Maybe we might let you into the VIP. And you standing around there with boo-boo face.
It's future consideration.
Yeah, right? You waiting to get your wrist stamped. What's going on here?
It's the fun one, man. We got to see how this thing play out. We will go on and on. Fun debate. I thought this was interesting. Fun speculation. As always, man. It's a holiday. Yo, shout out to Forte. Oh, Forte, yo, turned on slow. The view of Slomo backslap. Does it represent those of the DPS podcast? His views are his own, and we wish him well. Yo, that sounds like the podcast broken up off of this.
The biggest issue I have with this whole thing is I just have an issue if you coming out there and you saying, we a small team, we can only do so much.
But you got enough time for everybody else?
When you look at something like that, Cog, let's say you don't know anything about this information. Let's say I'm a studio, I come out there, I'm like, Cog, we only have enough to do limited projects because we are a small team. When I tell you that statement, what are you gonna assume that they're developing on? Maybe one platform, right?
Yeah, generally. That's what I see.
And if I came out there and if someone said, we making this on PlayStation, we making this on Steam, we might even put this on the Epic Game Store. We go even put this on
everybody,
the Switch.
everybody but you. You go to the back. No,
like
you know how
said,
when they take the Novice King at the club, they be like, all right, you good, fam, you got your stare. Oh no, no, to the back.
Take your hat off.
Take your hat. No, you got on sneakers, fam. Well, this is a club, but but everybody else went through a sneaker. Nah, but your sneakers now, fam. You got
your sneakers.
Exactly. Look, what it seems to me, right, is the game bakers. They got a long memory. Okay, they got a long memory, and they remember
long memory that they completely.
Wait, let's slow finish. Let's slow finish. Let's slow finish
on Xbox.
Yeah.
So they said, all right,
they hold it at.
Effort.
But slow. I feel you.
They released their next game on Xbox.
But here's the thing. But they took the Game Pass back. They took the Game Pass back. So after you took the Game Pass back, you can't cut your man a slack and let him in the club.
Something went wrong backstage.
Something went wrong, yo.
Something went wrong backstage. We're gonna find out the story about Furi.
Talk to the game bakers, get Furi into Game Pass.
I think
wait, we gotta pay them?
Don't associate her with this.
So wait, we gotta bribe this little dude just so we can get our people in?
You little man trying to strong on people talking about maybe you get in the club, maybe you get a stamp.
Yo, feel like the tunnel back in the 90s, kid.
Yo, Phil, go buy them, man. Go buy them and go put them in games of ID.
Oh my God! Look, I'm just going
to
hear games of ID.
Games with ID.
I don't mind this practice being used if you help with if you bought the timed exclusive on an actual game. But I'm like Phil Spencer. I don't like when this is used for DLC because it doesn't make any sense. If I invested into you 6 years ago, I expect you to take me and everyone else that bought this game on Xbox into consideration when you do anything with that title. If you made a Fury 2 and that's only on PlayStation Switch, I'd be a little frustrated, but I'm like, yo, I got a PlayStation. I'm gonna buy that on PlayStation. But if you sitting here coming out with a DLC and telling me your money wasn't good here anymore, they acted like the check balance 6 years later.
Your money ain't good. Look, this is gonna be.
Did you feel like you got your money's worth for what you've spent on the game before?
Yes, but I want my money's worth.
That's all I need to hear. You got your money's worth. You enjoyed the game.
Bro. I feel y'all saying, look,
like
they said in
something.
2016.
Why I don't get sprinkles?
In 2016, that was the value meal. And now in 2022, we giving you a McFlurry with it, and those dudes over there just get the McFlurry, and you stay with the value meal that you had.
This is not right. This is not right, and I feel like you're punishing us for something that happened back in 2016. You don't do that. That's not how it
But
goes.
King, they had no problem taking my money in 2020.
Yeah, 2020 they came through with that Game Pass back, and that didn't absolve that.
One person on the panel was getting punished. Everybody else ain't no look. 99% of the people who are upset about this didn't know this game existed.
Listen, don't act. So what? I didn't know about it.
Now I do though.
I know about it today.
I want
Slomo. I want my Shamrock Shake.
Slomo, did you
my Shamrock Shake, bro?
Slomo, did you play this game back in the day when it came out?
No, I didn't even know that game existed a week ago.
See, right? That's my point. You got a bunch of people up here that got no connection to this game whatsoever. I expected me to be okay with not getting it.
Here's the thing. I think we all know who bought it on Xbox.
Guess where I
That's
bought
it.
it though, Addy?
Yes.
I bought it on Steam.
This is that PC magic. Moving on. It's getting messy. It's getting messy.
And you know how does it feel so much to know that your money didn't contribute to the Steam people getting it?
Listen.
How much is it now? I'm gonna go buy it on.
We gotta support Fury. Everybody go buy.
Still $20.
Now King ain't supporting it, right?
I'm not supporting them because I want the sprinkles.
It's awesome, man.
I want a Shamrock Shake.
Is it good? Okay.
No, look, we gonna move on. We're gonna get to this. We'll do this.
Everybody getting a free game tag meal to them but me. I'm upset right now.
You ain't get the coupon, son?
I ain't getting it.
I'm not getting it? They give you the 2 for 2 Big Macs?
They profiling us.
You know what it is, King? King, you know what it is? Everybody's so with this because either A, they didn't care about this game, or B, they're like, oh, it's only Xbox.
I'll tell you what.
They looked over to us and said, you people.
Oh, damn.
Getting this DLC.
What? That's why people are calling me out because I said, and on my tweet, I said I'm not supporting that studio anymore because if they're coming out here 6 years later and telling me your money ain't good enough for me, why should I say my money's good enough for you?
I got a solution for you though. You don't gotta play it because what I'll do is I'll go buy it. I'll buy it on Steam and then I'll play it and stream it and I'll invite you to watch the stream.
Oh, I can't. Mav is messy.
I'm a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite. I'm gonna buy their next game. I like Haven.
There we go. The game is has spoken.
You can know everything that happens for free.
So we will move on from this. We will revisit this if this comes up, and we'll see how this goes.
I got something for these.
We're gonna just combine this last topic and then super chat to end because we going super long.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Yeah. So look, last one. This is just impressions. Jeff Keighley, y'all, outside Summer Game Fest is back. 2022 will feature a slate of digital live stream shows, including a spectacular live kickoff show hosted by the one and only Jeff Keighley, filled with world premieres and days of the devs with I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine. The festival will also feature a slate of to be announced events from game publishers and platforms in June. Stay tuned for more details. So just quickly, thoughts on the announcement, and then the only wrinkle I have for this being my topic is in relationship to Microsoft. Do you think Microsoft, we know they got the Bethesda showcase on the Sunday, June 12th. Do you think anything of their showcase could be held for Jeff exclusively based on the zeitgeist of Summer Game Fest? Let's start with speculation first. Let's start with speculation.
Yeah, I think so because Keighley's been having a lot of stuff for Xbox at his shows. You know, the award show last year they had more stuff. Even the previous 2 years prior to that, I feel like Xbox has so much stuff they have in the works. I mean, you got about 50 projects. I mean, we know several of them have been even alluded to from the studios. Obsidian has like 3 projects. You got id. We don't know 100% what they're working on yet. You know, Machine Games has got stuff going on. We have all these game announcements, and yet we've yet to see things, right? So if we know that 2023 to 2024, 2025 is going to be the years where a lot of this stuff is all coming out, then they got to start showing more than what they've been, even though they had 30 games last year, right? It's crazy. Yeah. They had 30 games last year. People said that, oh, they're going to have like 30 games. It's like, no, they ain't have 30 games. They had 30 games, right? And yet they're going to have more. this year and the next and the next. So they're gonna have to utilize these shows, man. And plus, if you are looking to make a splash, right? You're looking to have a big impact. A Keeley show, even though it's not necessarily for your hardcore, you're gonna get a lot of PlayStation people that are watching that. You're gonna get a lot of Nintendo gamers that are watching that. You're gonna get a lot of people that just play on PC that are watching it. So if you want to try and invite people to your ecosystem that aren't already there, it's a good opportunity, right? And you can't miss on that. Like, it's gonna have a huge audience. So I think maybe they come out with 2 or 3 things that are pretty strong and say, hey, check this out, but also in a few days you're not going to want to miss what's coming next, right?
Could one of those super strong titles be Starfield? I
think we get a teaser for Starfield with an allude to, like, watch the Xbox showcase, right? You know, and then I think in the Xbox showcase we see open up straight into gameplay was Starfield, right? Get that out of the way at the beginning, and then let everything else, because we know Starfield's going to be at the showcase, right? 100%. We know Starfield's going to be there at the Xbox show, so get that out of the way. Let us be wowed, and then everything else after that be a surprise.
Right. Fair enough. So, Lord Slomo, where are you at? Jeff Keighley's Outside Summer Game Fest is back. What are you thinking? What you feeling? And do you think Microsoft will reserve anything for Big GK?
Let's look at the dates here. What's the date of Keeley's show again?
Looks like it kicks off on the 9th. But it's a whole slew of events. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I do think they'll kind of do what they did last year, where they showed some things in the Summerfest, but then hold off like a bigger rollout of everything for their own shows. I agree with Mav on that. Like, we might see like our first glimpse of actual like gameplay, or at least what we would see in the game for Starfield there, or maybe even with Redfall a little bit there. But then, as Bethesda tends to do when they release their games, here is like everything that you need to know about the game, and it comes out in 4 months kind of deal, like they did with Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. So like, I do think that like on the 12th, on that Sunday, that's when you'll get like a full, like, however time period. I think they're doing like 90 minutes.
Yeah, potentially. Yep.
Okay, like you might see like a good 15 minutes on Starfield alone, just to really, show this game and everything that you'll get into, as they normally do for their Bethesda in-house releases. But yeah, on the Game Fest, you'll get a little teaser here, and then say, hey, watch our show in 3 days, kind of deal. So yeah, I fully expect that. I also fully expect more 90s rock bands. And a bunch of commercials, especially now that E3 isn't happening. Jeff Keighley won't go in. He's going to get Green Day. He's about to bring Audio Slave back.
Soundgarden.
Soundgarden.
Give me some Linkin Park too, bro. Let's go. Let's take it back. I'm on the edge. I'm about to break.
Exactly.
Let's get it.
Man, look, commercials like crazy, and then the last game of the show was going to be something clearly was paid for, like a Fast and Furious game. You know how you do. You know how you do.
Oh my God. I think this question is actually for you. I must admit, I'm starting trouble. I know how you feel about the show. Not that you hate the show, but historically, you've always felt Microsoft needs to establish their own show and debut their stuff that's near and dear on their own show. Do you think with this announcement with Summer Game Fest that continues and that Jeff will get something exclusively, or do you think Starfield specifically will be kind of only for the Microsoft shows themselves?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Like
good.
OBS is
not
good.
OBS.
Zoom is kind of messing up.
You good.
I mean, when it comes down to it, I don't want them to show anything like big. Like, now, if they just come out there and they show something on there that's like, stay tuned for, kind of like how they remember, what was that game called? The Anthem. How they showed stay tuned for the EA show. No, EA the night before said, watch the Xbox show for more in-depth game. Remember that?
Yes.
For Anthem. If I saw something like that, that's okay. But I mean, regardless, they can do whatever they want. That's their company. But it's just like, to me, if you go out there and you just show gameplay there for the first time, I'm gonna be pissy.
I knew it.
Like, cause it's just like I get it.
So if they go Starfield, they show the JPEG or the Xbox world. Oh, well, they gonna show it. They gotta show something, but then they be like, "Yo, world premiere gameplay on Jeff tomorrow." That's gonna set you through the roof.
It's not gonna set me through the roof. I just think it's a mistake.
Okay.
You know, okay. I do feel like until they take that seriously, they're never gonna truly build that brand that they want to build because. You know, one of the reasons PlayStation does that, you don't see PlayStation giving their best stuff to other people. You know, and I don't mind if they come out there and, you know, they want to be part of it. You know, if they want to show a DLC to something, you know, a Wasteland or a DLC to not State of Decay because they completely stopped with State of Decay 2, but Sea of Thieves, I would prefer that on their own platform, especially Sea of Thieves because of how big it's gotten. But I'd understand that. But when it comes to those that stuff that you could hear and one more, you know, I always say that one more moment. If you get that to someone else, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. You've changed. Well, not you've changed. You be a little more reasonable. I thought you'd be more angry. Continue. Lord King, where you at, man? Jeff's outside. Xbox is outside. Things are lining.
PlayStation's outside. So all of them is going over to Jeff's show, and they all because you know, listen. How many PlayStation fans aren't really going to tune into the Bethesda Xbox joint? You got some salty dudes that might tune in, you know, but you got dudes that be like, I don't care what they doing over there. But they're going to watch the Jeff show. And that's when you drop that little gem of something that they can't get over there. You can't get a PlayStation 5. Little man is outside on the cheap. Give them a reason to go out and splurge and spend that money. Show them a little something. Give them that aha moment. That the people that you see, you're preaching to the choir because the people who's going to be there for the Xbox. But these people ain't coming across the street to see you. They don't care what you got going over there. Let them see that your wares is delicious. Let them see that the Game Pass hit. So at this point, you got the most eyes. This is the reason why that you show and unveil your console on his platform. This is the reason why you show your games in their best form on his platforms, because your people gonna go to your spot and care about your stuff anyway, regardless. You're not talking to them. You already got their money. You are trying to get these dudes that's tuning in. These 2.5, you want 2.5, you want half of them to walk across the street and be like, that's right, I can't find a PlayStation anyway, so I'm going to get this to hold me down. And then hopefully, at this point, they'll be like, you know what? This joint been holding me down since this drought. And this is dope, though. So even if they do got a PlayStation and they looking over, give them a reason to look over. Give them a reason to tear down that plastic wall, that barrier, that box that they lock themselves in. Give them a reason to see, because they not going to your channel. So if the analytics tell you they not caring about what you're showing, world premiere, Halo, a significant update on Bethesda Microsoft show, they be like, so what? But if you throw it on the Jeff show, they be like, man, I got to watch this because they're going to show something for PlayStation.
Right.
And this is what sticks in their head. This might get them to the store. So I'm down with showing everything over there. Show all the stuff that you got over there. Bust your guns over there, because you're going to bust your guns on this side.
Right.
And save a little sprinkles over here. But if you got some big stuff that you want to show, show it on Jeff's stuff. Get them over. And then once you control that narrative, because you don't control nothing right now. PlayStation hasn't dropped anything, and they still in the headlines. Why? Because they control the narrative. They got people hungry. Make them hungry.
Fair enough. No, look, I don't got too much to add. Everybody said most of the points I was going to say, which is, like, you know, Microsoft to me was, they've been, this generation, they've been more apt to put their stuff where a lot of the eyes are. You see them on Twitch, you see them on the Game Awards with the Hellblade, the console debut, that kind of stuff, and they've shown success. So I think the pattern will continue. My question is, what does Jeff get? Right, and the only thing where I do side with Addict, even though I'm surprised he's being very reasonable today. I thought he would go harder on this, but
I've always been. I feel like, you know, I've always understood why they do it. It's just I would prefer them build their own.
Their own. No, and I get that, and I'm very curious about Starfield's fate in presentation. How is it presented? This is the big creme de la creme AAA experience. Experience from the A team. Okay.
They might do a story trailer in the gameplays for their stuff.
Could be, right. Could be. And I just want to see how that's presented. It's a big thing. A lot of people want to see the gameplay from Starfield. That is a coveted item from a media news piece during this thing. So I want to see how that's handled. And yeah, it's to King's point, as much as I know Xbox fans may not like it, it's one of those things where it's like, look, you have to put something to him in an audience that would never go through Xbox. But I do understand Alex's point, which is, if you do intend to build your show, you got to build it. So they're in this catch-22 as far as what they want to do. But I think the analytics, they've been showing that they're going to most likely give it to them. So we'll see.
I think they got so much that it doesn't matter anymore. Like, they can do both. You know what I mean? Like, because they got so much stuff that they haven't even revealed to us yet.
Like,
I agree with you, but at the same time, I disagree because they got so much that they can do both. It depends on what they're citing and what they're doing on the balancing scale. If they're giving all their good stuff to everyone else and they're showing only stuff that would be on an inside Xbox, then I would feel like that's a step in the wrong direction. But if they got multiple big things that they're just letting him have one of the big things because they got the bigger stuff, then I can understand that.
Well, they're working on a ton of stuff, but if a lot of that stuff, if the bulk of it isn't in a stage where it's actually showable yet, something that you can actually show people, then that's a whole different story. It's like now, like 60% of the stuff that we're working on, we can't show yet. So that other 40%, how do we balance that 40%? Will we give the key lead to what we hold back for our own show? Because we got 90 minutes to show stuff. Like, I mean, people not really trying to spend time in that 90 minutes talking about Game Pass or hearing about some new service. No, they want to see games. I love the cadence that they did last year. Last year it was boom, boom. Yeah. Do that. You always do that. Like, don't move off of that kind of direction that they went with it. But what you got to have with that is actual games to show.
Yes, absolutely. No.
What if they showed like Indiana Jones? Right?
That would be a mistake because I feel like that's a very coveted product.
Well, that's the thing. Like, because it's such a well-known IP already. Like, it's such a popular brand that it's going to catch people's attention and make them, okay, well, I want to play that, right? And no matter where it's at, right? So that might get people into the Xbox ecosystem by using an IP like that. Kind of like when PlayStation had Wolverine at their show. It's like, man, oh, dude, like Wolverine, I gotta have a PlayStation to play that. I think Indiana Jones has the same effect, and for the people that aren't even going to tune into the Xbox showcase,
notice where Wolverine was shown.
I mean, that's true. That's
shown on Sony show. Also, it was a teaser trailer, which we already got from Indiana Jones. So at this point, I don't want to see them more teaser trailers from Indiana Jones. I already seen the hat and the whip. I want to see Jones
next time you see him in the game
perspective, slapping people up with a whip at that point.
I still can't get over that Indiana Jones and Lara Croft collab. That would be a crazy game.
Yeah. What, co-op or
just
I don't know. I would prefer it not to be co-op, but I would understand if they made it co-op.
Yeah, that would be crazy. So look, that's all we got. Going to wrap up long one today. You want to get these super chats queued while I do the poll. And then the poll is in with EmbracerGroup acquiring CrystalDynamics, Eidos-Montréal, and SquareEnix Montréal instead of Microsoft. Do you think the Activision Blizzard deal stops Xbox from attempting any more acquisitions? The choices are A, no. If there is a studio publisher that Microsoft is interested in during this period, they will still make the move. B, yes, Microsoft will not make any moves to draw unnecessary attention to itself due to the high-stakes nature of the deal. Or C, I don't care. It's all fun and games until my favorite studio gets snatched up by the ops. Salute to everybody who rocks to the plate of polls in the chat. See y'all up in the joint. Salute to the man, Dallas's own Lord Mav, a.k.a. the Fun Speculation Channel. Absolutely pleasure in the realm. So much fun. We could talk gaming and trading games for damn near hour. That was hilarious. Hearing your history, hearing your journey. Brother, where can the fine people find you? And what do you have going on, sir?
I just got more content coming to the channel. It was just a blast, guys. Thanks to Addict. King David, Cognito, and also Slomo. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for hopping in here with me, bro. It's fun talking to you as well.
Yes.
But yeah, if you want to find out what we got going on, easiest way is to follow on Twitter at FunSpeculation.
I'm putting it in the chat right now. Go ahead.
On YouTube, type in www.youtube.
I got you, man. I got you, man. We're gonna
put
it right. The link in there. Bam. We got you. Slow. You slow.
Now hit that notification bell on there because you'll see when we go live. Because we do game streams. We do multiple shows. Like Cox said, we got 4 podcasts we do, right? So we got Mondays is FunSpeculation Podcast, where we have talk about all platforms. It's non-console centric on that show.
Let's go.
We have a kind of an open panel, a lot of fun on that.
Wednesdays
is Fun Pop at 7 p.m. Eastern, where we talk about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, TV shows, movies, Halo show, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's an absolute blast as well. And then also we had Thursday, Pong Soul. You see him everywhere. My buddy and I have a 2-man show. Sometimes we have a guest on there, but we kind of dive deeper into topics, right? We get our chance to really get to talk, on PM and the PM, and that is
Mommy and Cassidy song. Still move work from the AM to the PM. Continue.
Yes, sir.
Love that song.
And then on Fridays is the show that started it for our channel is Xbox Ultimate Podcast. That is at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And that has a larger panel. It gets kind of crazy on that show sometimes, but we like to have a lot of fun and just kind of keep it positive, and with a lot of jokes and hanging out with family and stuff on there. So I appreciate everybody. Check it out tomorrow night again, the FSP, if you haven't seen one of our shows before.
Salute, man. Salute Pong in the chat repping. PM to the PM. I see him. We can get you in the realm too, Pong. I know I'm working. I ain't forget you, bro. There's a lot of people I know. I got to catch up. We behind. But salute to everybody. Salute to Fun Speculation. Amazing. And, of course, my brother from the DPS podcast might be disowned by his partner, Gaming Forte, after his comments on Furi. But
I got some words for him.
The status of that podcast might be Jerry, but he still can find Slomo. Where else, sir? What else you got going on, sir?
Oh, look, first off, thank you for the invite.
Of course.
It's always fun when every time I come into the realm, I always seem to have fun. I mean, we had the Beta Boys that one time. And then, it's always a good time here. I always enjoy it. So again, thank you. You guys make my Sundays. And then I appreciate that. No, Forte, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that, Forte. I see you trying to get it back now.
Y'all going to address that offline?
Nah.
He said, nah, son.
You can catch me and Forte yelling at each other every Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's Damage Per Second podcast. Last week's show, we had kind of a little facelift. We
look
fancy now. Got the intro and everything. Got copyright claim because you use copyrighted music.
Oh, no.
Oh, you got strike.
Right. Thanks, Forte. Yeah. I called you out on that. You
got a strike?
Yeah.
We got a claim, not strike.
Oh, okay.
I'm like,
somebody, they want their money.
They definitely want their money. But no, come check out the show. Last week was on my channel, which I can put in the chat.
Yeah, I already got you on the Twitter. We're gonna do the channel. Continue.
Is there any particular reason you don't have a dedicated channel to that podcast?
Oh Lord,
we gonna get it.
They gonna address it. They building it.
We getting there. We getting there. Also, I do lunchtime with Slomo on my Twitch channel.
That's new.
On during the weekday.
Okay.
Usually around like 11 to 1-ish. Whenever I can get time where work isn't like, hey, Slomo, save this network. And I could actually play a game for a couple of hours to have some fun. So I do that too on the Twitch channel.
Nice.
And you can catch me by the same name on all
camera
of that and Twitter. See what?
Yo, he makes speculation. It's coming, King. Leave my man alone. It's coming. There's reasons behind it. Legit reasons.
It better show up when Grand Theft Auto 6 is there. Whatever one you looking for, 7, 8, or 9. Whatever one, it better be there.
Hey man, look, I imagine things will change to the point where I'll be able to do that by then. But GTA 6 ain't coming out until 2030. So
ILP do need that. Hold on, ILP do need that. It's the first guest appearance, though. When it do happen, we kind of need that.
You and Dealer.
Facts. Oh God, yes.
Watch him and Dilla be the same person.
That would be wow.
That'd be hilarious.
Could you imagine if Dealer was out here and he's all these people and he just got a good control over his
everybody that refuses to show their face is really Diller?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm done. Continue, Slow.
Oh no, that's it. I appreciate everybody. Chat was fired today. It was great, man.
No doubt. And of course, actually, before we do that, you got the chats ready, Attic, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to I'll read these. That's on my note, and then I'll go to the monetization.
Yeah, let's get. We got it.
So we got a $10 super chat from Sajutsu Sage. CrystalDynamics is independent under Embracer. Embracer's knowledge, part of their strategy is having internal partners fund their studio's game. Xbox and CD can have multiple project contracts. $5 super chat from Dawn Otaku. If you pay the same price as everyone else, you should get the same content as everyone else. That shouldn't be any excuse made for them. Period. We got a member chat from Gamer McFly. He went to he upgraded to a Lord, man. Put that logo in there. Put that logo in there.
Got the new whip. That's what I'm talking about.
Then Midway 7 Monster.
That's the homie.
Chat saying, glad to catch the show live. Great panel, Slomo and Mav. I'll get back on Destiny Call.
That's right. Where you at, bro? Soon. I'm pulling up to the shop. I'm pulling up to the shop soon. I'll holler at you. Let me know.
I'm wasting his time with that.
Oh my god. That's why you didn't get your game in your intro. Anyway. I had to be better. Continue. Shout out to Forte. Shout out to Forte for doing the Lord's work.
G with the $2 super chat. Shout out to my Ivy from Soul Calibur Team Cheeks. I don't know.
Oh my god! Whoa! Team Cheeks. What's happening?
Oh my god!
Continue.
So we got a $5 super chat from Don Otaku. Damn, you know it's bad when Addict, the only one on the panel who did they research.
Oh damn! I ain't get no. Okay, damn. Okay.
Then we got a 14 super chat from
Fatigue.
Fatigue.
I guess. I don't know.
Get him, King.
Get him, King. We the Cobras, pal.
I only do my research when it's in Game Pass.
$2 super chat from Flame. Even haven't got a free update after a Game Pass. Sus. $5 super chat from Don Otaku. What's crazy is that getting the DLC to run on Switch would probably take more time and effort to get it to running on Xbox. I don't get it.
Flame messy on that.
That was
Don.
That was
Don. That was Don.
How many of the people who made these super chats actually bought this game?
I mean, you just bought it, so I don't think we can go that too much.
So what? I found out about it yesterday. I'm outraged now. That's the key.
The third eye's open.
The third eye's open.
$5 super chat from Necromancer. Just remember the time the next time they release a game. That's what I'm saying.
Why you saying it like he gonna pull up? You remember when they did that?
No, like look, if someone's not respecting your money and giving it to everybody but you, then you don't have to respect a company.
Are you gonna buy their next game on Xbox?
No, I'm not.
But that Haven come out. That Haven come out. All right, Ty. King want to eat. King's hungry.
$2 super chat from Amazing Nail. We need no video.
Back to the $2
super chat from Amazing Nail. Hashtag bring back no video ad.
They like you more spicier. They say when you ain't got your video on.
Oh yeah. I have my camera on.
Yeah.
You talking about cheeks?
No.
It's funny if people noticed. I had Furi playing in the background for those people
I saw that.
in the comment section that was saying I didn't play it. So you're going to shut that up.
Right.
That's you.
Throw them receipts out there.
Continue.
Like
JD Gamer with the $10 super chat. I don't.
Keegley's getting the best surprise, just like he got the X launch and Hellblade. That's the way it needs to be.
Keegley.
Yeah, Beasley, because
right.
Microsoft doesn't need to convince the Xbox loyal. It's the casual masses they need.
There we go.
$5 super chat from Mr. Too Opinionated. If I'm thinking that, like King, that I would send Avowed or some more Hellblade 2, I can't that gameplay IP to Jeffrey show.
All right, I'll do that. We'll do balance off and on. Lord Roughness, £5 super chat. Stellar show, by the way, guys. I do believe Xbox will save a surprise AAA for Jeff's show, but Starfield better be on the Xbox showcase.
Then we got $10 super chat from JD Gamer. Keegley gets new big surprise game reveals and 3 to 4 minute Starfield gameplay. And IGN gets 5 to 7 extended reveal developer interviews, followed by 20 to 30 minutes after the Xbox showcase.
No doubt. And then we got Aurora Wolf, 2256.
No, you missed one.
I missed on.
Dawn Otaku with the $10 super chat.
Yes.
I put a story trailer at the Keegley's that tuned into Xbox Game Showcase for gameplay. Avowed and Hellblade 2 are my picks. Maybe show off these partnerships too. Actually, if you're going to show anything, Microsoft, show that Hellblade 2 gameplay.
That'd be crazy if it's ready. Wow. Then we got.
We just saw that though, right?
Yeah, technically we did.
I mean,
yeah.
like the combat gameplay.
Yeah,
People
right,
want more.
combat,
But I'm with you, man. We did kind of see. But anyway, Aurora Wolf now is that next 2256?
Yes,
okay, 10 ounce super chat. Happy Mother's Day to all the gaming mamas out there like me. Salute to the lady Bichiak in the building. What else we got?
Got a $5 super chat from DJ Ors. Hey bestie, how many more hours?
Hey bestie, the show's over. You ain't getting no more. That's it.
5 super chat from Lord Roughness. I'll die on this hill. Forza Motorsports to shadow drop day and day out the Xbox showcase.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna die on that hill.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
How
you did? Yo, y'all filed for that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, get up off that hill.
Mike, we about to nuke that hill, man. You gotta get off.
Get off that hill, son. DD Lee.
We not insiders, but we don't want you to die there. Just get off of that.
Look at DD Lee and DJ Oros.
He must be listening to some PlayStation insiders. He said,
Yeah, you know how they do.
Oh my God. DD.
God, the war coming out this year. Go with.
Oh my God. It might do it. Might come out. DD Lee, $2 super chat. 6-hour show. Let's do it. No, we're not doing it. Let's stop listening to
We
DJ.
out of here, man.
We out of here. So
Bye.
look, we got.
Well, I gotta go play some Fury.
We gotta play some Fury. Everybody enjoy their Sunday. Happy Mother's Day and all that. Had a fantastic show. We are out of here. Peace.
I'm bad talk. Time to eat. Bye. Man, listen. I've been up. Actually, I think it was 36 hours right now. Absolutely ridiculous. So 24 hours.